gets paid for those who speed a path at a time instead of just living it. So many things erase before they begin. Hopes and dream instead of what could have been. Fortune fades like words in the sand. Just like that, and nothing at all just seems. Nothing at all just seems. Fortune shines with seven in hand. Back to fact, make me love all that seems. Make me love all that seems. Rings in hand, speed through nights with feet in sand. Seven rings in hand, wonders all under command. Seven rings in hand, wild with just one single hand. Seven rings in hand, all hearts catch fire now. Make beliefs reborn, myths and mind rethought. Question all that's known, legends burning torn. No such thing as an arrow through dreams. Hopes may burn but forever last to give in. Oh, so many things need a push or pull to begin. And freedom moving less than ever hand gets in. Oh, be it all the same, it's never the same. Just like that, just nothing at all just means. Nothing at all just means. If all as is, then it's never as is. Back to fact, make real of all that seems. Make real of all that seems. Rings in hand, speed through nights with feet in sand. Seven rings in hand, wonders all under command. Seven rings in hand, wild with just one single hand. Seven rings in hand, all hearts catch fire now.
All right, how the fuck is it going, everybody? I've got the 3D print cam going there. I'm just going to go ahead and put that there so y'all can see that while we're talking about stuff. I have no idea how I want to implement that thing yet, but it's there, so hopefully that's enough for everybody. That said, looks like we just finished a hype train. Ha, neat. But Molly Maz, thank you for the follow. Nami the Neko, thank you for resubscribing. Fennec the Rapid, thank you for resubscribing. Red Joker, thank you for the 101 bits. Havoc the Wendigo, thank you for resubscribing. Razor, thank you for the tier 3 subscription. And Havoc the Wendigo, thank you very much for the raid at the very beginning of it. Sylvie Snow says, how the fuck is it going for you too? It is going. It is going. Nezachal, thank you for redeeming your points for an Alwal. Oh boy. Liskaday Babbitt, thank you for redeeming your points for an You fucking degen. Still in class right now? That is fair, Axo. That is fair. This is me hoping this 3D print will actually finish this time. Because it's failed so many times. Again, anytime I get new filament that has new weird rules, this is the print that always fails. And I don't understand why. I did see that, Dr. Squirrel. Apparently Jace is now a daddy to Loot. Or whatever his name is. The little furry Grogu of Magic the Gathering. Rockhopper Fluffy Boy, that's awesome. That is awesome. Jason's a what now? He's apparently a father to a little furry baby. Apparently. That's why there's parameters per filament that are inputted into the slicer. Boy, howdy. If the filament's just called PLA, I assume that PLA stuff will work. But it never does. My sister was supposed to have an appointment today to do her college stuff. Hopefully she got to do it by phone. Gotcha. I am now living with my parents. Wait, Jesus Christ, Sha. Lunar Mew says, I've been... Where is it? It stopped. I've been singing a lot, so I must be in a good mood. That's good. That's an improvement. Said Vraska won't be happy to know that Jace had a kid behind her back. Vraska was one of the ones that adopted. Subby says, I want to thank you for exposing me to Miss Lacuna. I've been having a lot of fun over there. Thank you a lot, seriously. Lacuna's awesome. Lacuna's awesome. Razor says, good to see you online. It's good to be back online. I am so sorry that I have not been able to produce anything live in the last forever. I'm very happy about that. Because it's been bad. I'm not even gonna lie, it's been bad. So I had a week of just not being able to bring myself to hit the button. What booktuber would you be willing to interview? I don't know any of them, so my answer will be none of them. Anyway, I also don't know why I would. It's just not in my realm of YouTube, really. Anyway, so I had a week of just everything going wrong in my brain and literally breaking down crying anytime that I tried to hit the go live button. So I just didn't. And then after that, I thought, okay, well, my mental is getting a little better. And then I got sick. And I thought, okay, I'll take a week off of work. And then I didn't stop being sick. So. Thank you for the hydrate, Jassa. So, I am here now. Hopefully everything is better on my end, mentally. And if so, then I should be good to get back into the swing of things. At least that's the hope. That said, I'm going to be right back because there's a thing that is bothering me, so you guys get a 3D print while I am AFK for just a brief bit. Okay, I feel way better. So I felt perfectly fine, and then I don't know if you've ever had the issue of speaking and then feeling your beard curl into your shit. Like, you feel it curl into your mouth when you speak, and it hurts. Or it's not really hurts, but it's like just annoying enough that you have to go take care of it. So I went and shaved real quick. So never felt that. It is an uncomfortable as hell feeling for me. I hate it. 3D printer Shand is now canon. I figured it would happen eventually. Also, Moriarty, thank you so much for the follow. How's it going? Let's see, what is being printed? It is a dice holder at the moment. You made a re-deep? What is a re-deep?
Beard
What
physics
is that?
are weird.
Rock Hopper Fluffy Boy, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Moriarty says, hi, hey, hi, hello, how are you doing? How are you doing? I saw you commenting on Twitter because some dumb doobly-doos decided to make some stupid comments on your video. Also, Toby Fox TV, thank you for redeeming your points for an ada, you fucking degen. You can grow a beautiful beard pure white. So do you always get stupid comments? I do too. I got one comment on my Magic channel saying that I should tone down the jiggle physics like 10%. So I said I would increase them by 20% just for them. Not that I can make do on that kind of threat, because I don't know how to use my program that makes my model work. I don't know how to use any of that shit. But Axolotl Supreme, thank you for redeeming your points for an you fucking degenerate. Juggled hits. So damn it, Suris, now you'll have me check in my mustache length for that? Yep. Red Joker says, Suris attracts the crazies, lower smoothness, increase input-output parameters. What? Oh, yeah, I have no idea how to do any of that. Also, I don't want to learn. That is the other thing. Like, could I learn that skill? Probably. Do I want to learn that skill? No, not really. I've learned over the last few months that I have a bad habit of getting myself into situations where I have to stretch myself thinner and thinner and thinner in order to do certain things. And I'm at the point now where I realize if something works, I am happy with it. I am content with it. I do not feel the need to learn more than I already have for something that works to within the limits of what I need it to. Nor do I feel like pushing myself and thinning myself out more in order to do so. So... Nijikawa Sataki, fuck you, die, burn in hell, I hope your parents punch you because you decided to tell me to fucking... Oh, woo. I sincerely hope that you trip on a Lego. That's the most threatening thing I said. Nishi is from hell, dork. Then go back home. Jesus Christ. Also, Spocket Girl, thank you very much for redeeming your points for an all-wall. At least you're on the right side of history. And Spade of Aces, 55, thank you for the follow. Smiling Game Master says, Wood, happy to see you. While going through my old MPG cards to figure out a deck. Nice. Sarah Chikorita, thank you for redeeming your points for an... you fucking degen. Did you see my hydrate? No, it got buried in everything else. Said stepping on a Lego is a war crime? Yeah. I didn't stutter. I usually do. You know what sucks? So, I used to not have a stutter, and then I learned how to work a stutter into my speech for comedic effect. You know, kind of like this. And the end result of that is now sometimes that stutter just comes out, and I don't get to control it, and I hate that. You know, it's my aunt developed a similar issue where she grew up in southern United States, but she married a British man. So eventually, she would just have a British accent come out randomly, uncontrolled, and it's no trigger or anything. It would just happen over 20 years of living in the same house as him. And eventually it just happened. And so I feel like I took that exact skill set, curse, if you will, and now it's mine. You had similar from theater classes? Yeah, you learn how to do something, and then your brain just goes, that's in your repertoire now forever. Regardless of whether you wanted to. Regardless of if you wanted to or not. Neuroplasticity. Yup. Ryujideki says, I had a neurogenic stutter from a stroke. Never had an issue before, but now it just comes out randomly with no triggers and stress, so I have to wait for it to pass. But that's from a stroke, though. It makes perfect sense that that would happen from a stroke, because a stroke is what happens when a part of your brain basically isn't fed enough oxygen, and then it's gone. Like, there's damage that is done, so it makes sense. The learned habit part makes less sense to me. Zand, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. You fucking, you're a good person. Zand, also, thank you for redeeming your points for an you fucking degenerate. Also, Immortal Sirens, thank you for becoming a member. You have a stammer for no reason? So, sometimes people just have speech impediments. And it's a thing that you can learn to work through with speech therapy, but it will only get you so far. Just like there's only so much I can do now that I've had a stutter worked into my speech, there's only so much I can do to avoid it. I don't get to just avoid it 100%. I can recognize when it happens, I can recognize when it starts, and then I can dial it back. But the starting of it is always something that I don't exactly control. Once I learned the habit itself. Suris, it could be worse. You could have uncontrollable tics. I could. And fleas. For the furries in the audience. Amelia says, I used to have a lisp, but I worked through it to where my speech is just kind of high and nasally. That's impressive. That's impressive. I had a friend when I was growing up, Tommy, who had a very, very bad stutter. To the point where it sounded like... You know that thing you do when... It's the thing I just did right there. When I can't think of the next word that's coming out, so I drag out the previous word in order to bridge the gap in sound between the first thought and the second thought. That thing right there. So he did that all the time, and he was unable to control it. He was unable to control it. And I know he went to speech therapy because he talked about it. And even as an adult, it's a problem that he still kept up until that point. But there were people who didn't know that there was actually a speech impediment there. Asina, thank you very much for resubscribing. And Rockhopper, thank you for giving out 2 community subs. So there was an issue that would happen for people who did not know him, where they would think that he had a mental problem. Like, they would think that he was on the spectrum or something like that. Although at the time, that wasn't quite the language that was used. It was the 90s. People were a lot meaner with their language. But the point is, people did not know how to identify that this was a speech impediment if they did not know him, and instead thought that it was something else, and something that was far more disparaging. So I feel bad knowing that that's an issue that a ton of people can have, because I grew up with a guy who had it too. Frorwolf, thank you for resubscribing for 1 month. And Rockhopper Fluffy Boy, thank you for giving out 2 community subs. Asina Salon, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Who are we discussing? I was just discussing the... So, the fact that I learned how to stutter for doing acting stuff for fun on stream, and as a result, I developed a small stuttering tick that I can reel in when it happens, but it's very hard for me to recognize when it is coming on. It's a learned habit that I have now, and I can't really walk away from that learned habit now that I have it. So we were talking about speech impediments, speech therapy, things that other people have had to do to move and navigate having that, whether it's something they've had their entire lives or not. Amelia says, that's pretty good. I also grew up with a redneck accent. Hey, I grew up with a southern accent too. Mine mostly is gone, but as I speak, there is this thing that happens, and I'm sure chat will point it out when they notice it. When I get more angry or when I get more verbose, sometimes the southern accent slips out a little bit more. I get to avoid it to a degree. Misanthropic, thank you for the follow. Frorwolf, thank you for resubscribing. So the 90s was nuts when it came to problematic language. Yep. Immortal Sirens, thank you for the $5 Australian. Keep on living the dream for you and your fan base. Safe space and religious nutter fights of freedom from religion. The world needs you, Suris. Well, I am still not convinced the world needs me, but there may be a few people who feel like they do. Stop says, let's just say letting out aloud a woo that you cannot control in the middle of a therapy appointment is very not fun to have to explain to my therapist. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have that. I'm very glad I don't have that. Just, I could not. The problem with furries, that's not a furry problem. That's not a furry problem. That is a problem that exists beyond the furrydom.
It's been a while since I've joined you live, but I made it this time. So pleased you are continuing despite challenging times.
Your brother Druid, thank you for resubscribing at tier 2. I go from saying, I didn't know saying "op" was a Minnesota thing until someone pointed it out. I don't think I've ever heard somebody say "op." I don't think so. I had to explain to my therapist what Rule 34 was one day. Ugh. Good luck with that. That sounds like double plus unfun. Just no. Just absolutely not. I'd rather not. You have a deep voice and a Minnesotan accent. I sound like Jesse Ventura when I'm mad, says Brutus Magnuson. Jesus. So sidebar, I've been getting back into the Halo series, and I learned something. I think I hate half of Halo YouTubers, because when I get into something, I tend to get very, very into the lore and into the story, and I want to expand further than just playing the game and being done. I want to get into the bells and whistles of that story, of that world. And there's a lot of Halo YouTubers who are very, 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 very stupid on politics. Anytime that I hear somebody bitching about accessibility or bitching about just like they'll say something about pronouns or wokeness like as a small aside, and then they'll get back to the topic at hand, I'm like, I can't ignore that now. I'm leaving. Remember the Master Chief respects trans rights? Yep. Zan for 100 bits says, I appreciate having found your channel. I randomly came across your channel on YouTube after the Joe Cat retiring video, and I'm glad I found another source of good on the interwebs. Well,
Show love 510. It is good to be back, but I'm still stuck in my classroom for an hour and a half to monitor an after-school coding class. You woo.
Ravi, I might hate you for every time you do that. But you know, there was a video that I was watching where somebody brought up the pronouns guy, heels versus babyface, just as a video and went, I'm sure there's a conversation to be had about inclusivity in modern gaming culture, but I'm not here to have that conversation right now. I'm here to talk about a game that I love. And I'm like, I feel like that small aside was enough for me to just not care anymore. I wanted to care about your video. I can't now because it's just a trigger now from watching so many things from the quartering and shit, where if my brain perceives you as that kind of person, I'm just going to avoid your content. You made it political. Yeah, like the idiots on Twitter that are arguing over whether or not Helldivers is political. I don't know. The game obviously parodying Super Earth and fascist America. Maybe, just maybe, is a with tiny itty weeny bit political. If it is satire, what flavor of satire is it, Karen? So, I'm just having... I guess my other agitation with looking at that is people on Twitter who start having those fights and then tag me in it, and they're like, what do you have to say about this? And I'm like, I have to say, leave me alone. I have to say, shut the fuck up. I have to say I don't care to sit here and get in the middle of an argument with some rando on Twitter who I don't know and don't need to convince of jack shit. But, okay, sure. Apparently, the fucking guy who scored the music for Halo also thinks that... Oh, wait, no, not that guy. That guy seems to be an asshole. But no, one of the old lead developers from World of Warcraft thinks that Helldivers isn't political. And I'm just like... You helped make WoW. A game that has very, very obvious messaging about what actually makes somebody savage or not. But okay, sure. Let's go ahead and pretend for a minute you are the person who can political anything in a video game. I think people are in this weird spot where they think that a video game being political means that it obviously endorses the Democrats and or the Republicans. And that's not what makes something political. Like, at all. In any way, shape, or form. But there are people who I think are convinced of that. Like, politics is just any activities associated with governments of a country in any area, any debate or conflict among individuals for parties hoping to achieve power or to protect their classes. That's politics. If your video game talks about that, that's politics. If you watch a gamer stream, I prefer to not have any politics or religion talked about by my streamer unless they are talking about the game itself. Doesn't matter right or left. No, and you know what? That's entirely understandable. Though for me, I will and do talk about those things pretty frequently because I think that it's important for us to be able to talk about them. I think it's important to be able to talk about, I don't know, the transgenocide going on in the United States right now. And the people who are trying to deny that it's happening. Despite the obvious, you know, signs. I think it's important to be able to talk about that. Spocket Girl, thank you very much for the hydrate. W says that's different. Your channel's all about politics. Right, but so like, as an example, if a random gaming streamer ends a stream by saying trans rights, in the current political climate, that is a political message. In every way, shape, and form, that's a political message. I feel like that's completely reasonable, right? Like, I feel like that's a reasonable thing to be able to say in the middle or at the end of a video, even if it's about gaming. like, you have separate channel for your games and for your games, do you not? Yes, but not because I don't want to talk about the same things. I do that because the YouTube algorithm directly discourages having a channel that covers multiple things in multiple ways. The YouTube algorithm has a directly punishes you for breaking outside of what it considers to be norms. Notice that I don't have a separate Twitch gaming channel. I have a Twitch channel where I do gaming and also talk about politics. Because on Twitch, there is no such algorithmic punishment for me, as far as I understand. On YouTube, there is such algorithmic punishment for me, so I have to make a separate Magic the Gathering channel to talk about Magic the Gathering. As much as I would like to just dump everything on the one channel. That would be a super easy thing for me to do, and it would be much more enjoyable for me in the long run than just having two separate channels I have to manage with two separate mindsets. But that's not how YouTube works. Which makes sense. YouTube is built more on a television style of programming, where if I go to Cartoon Network, I want to watch cartoons. If I see real-life people doing things on Cartoon Network, things seem off and wrong to me. So, it's the same idea there. Also, my fingers are crossed that this print will finish. It's fucked up so much. Sylvie Snow says, sometimes I feel like I missed a specific window of opportunity to do YouTube. No, actually, right now is actually probably one of the best times to be on YouTube as a content creator. Not for the money you get from it. The money is lower than it's ever been. However, the algorithm in general seems to be favoring more... What's the best way to put it? Less highly edited, high-effort videos and more down-to-earth, honest videos. Seems to be what the algorithm is favoring now. Well, yeah, I'm not doing it for money, just as a hobby. Then you do it. It's favoring low editing right now? Yes. It is the algorithm right now is favoring long-form conversational content more than it's favoring highly edited, highly produced content. And I, for one, am happy about that. So, Toby Fox, there is a different algorithm that determines what shorts get fed to your feed versus what long-form content gets fed to your feed. I'm only talking about the long-form content. The algorithm for shorts is based off of watch amount and watch time, primarily. So with shorts, if you cut off a video halfway through and somebody doesn't feel satisfied, a lot of times they'll stay on that video multiple times. Or they will stay on the video long enough to go into the comment section and complain that the video cut off halfway through, and that pushes those videos up in the algorithm. Garbage in, garbage out. So that is the unfortunate reality of how the shorts algorithm functions. Rewarding people for shitty behavior? Yes, 110%.
Howdy.
Transleona, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. And also, Spocket Girl, thank you for redeeming your points for an ada. You fucking degen. Said, way people use shorts? Yeah. I refuse to use TikTok, so shorts is my only way to do the short form content thing. Sometimes I just want something in front of my face for the amount of time I need to take a poop. What happened to pants? Get out. YouTube just pushing shorts because it's competition with TikTok and Instagram Reels. Yep. Yeah, YouTube is very, very agnostic on how good a person is. That's kind of cool. I was considering trying to stream or two as a way of seeing how the sausage is made. I got curious, and it's the best way for me to learn for me. And also as a casual hobby. Nice! You find Shorts is a good place to put your gaming clips? Yeah, it's better than having a gaming collage. Like, the domination, as short as it was, of the gaming montage seems to have moved entirely to the Shorts space. Now, it's a dice holder. When it's done, it will look like this. Yep, perfect loops on videos are to make people watch over and over and over. I hate perfect loops on videos. But you know what I hate more than perfect loops? When a content creator feels like they have to do...
Down with pants shorts forever.
Thank you for the 500 bits, Rockhopper. I appreciate it. I hate it when a YouTuber ends a short by going, and that's why... Every single time. Every single time you're watching a YouTube short, and it ends with them going, and that's why... And then it will begin with the information... I hate that. I hate it so much, but I hate the system that incentivizes it. More than anything. You hope that trend dies forever? Nope. It won't. Has Advice Rhino or Hannah Reloaded done perfect loops? Yeah, whether or not they have to, I don't care. Like that. So here's the thing. I dislike when a creator does it, but it's not the creator's fault that they do it. It's the system that the creator is stuck in that is making them do it. So whether MatPat does it, or Hannah does it, or Rhino does it, I don't really care. What I care about more than anything is that the people who are making content are able to put food on their table. If this is the way they have to do it, I'm not happy about it. But that is what it is. Oh, it looks like it's actually gonna... It's gonna finish this time? Oh, I so hope so. I hope so. Hold on. Nope, it's not quite at the failure point yet. Perfect loops can be good for background music, but no, they don't seem to do that. How's it going, Taproot? How are you doing? Little Melly Mooncat, hello. Thank you for the follow. Sure it's not dead, he's surely alive. Trying to be. To at least a degree. How much time is left on this? 27 minutes? Huh.
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Stop. You woo forever.
Ravi, why? Jesus Christ, think about the 500 bits. My God, why is it doing
Just a
so
few
many
months.
ads? What's funny, guys, do you remember on the stream where I turned the ads off, quote, quote, and then it made more ads happen? That was infuriating. Brutus says, people in chat want to know why you're so slutty. Because fuck them, that's why. That said, I got some stuff I need to cover. Little Melly Mooncat says, a longtime YouTube watcher, I'm still trying to come to terms with the fact that the world we live in is where the voice of reason is a slimy cat girl driven by a magic-obsessed guy in a Sonic onesie. That is the best description of my channel ever. All right. Let's move the 3D print cam down to here. And let's go ahead and pull up this video here. Alrighty, I think it's time to get back into the swing of things. Ignoring the random 3D printing that is going on in the background, I'm still trying to figure out how best to incorporate that into the channel where it's not intrusive, but I figure it's going to be there anyway, so you might as well. But I want to go ahead and talk real quick about something that I saw recently on Twitter. We can still call it Twitter, right? That's okay? That's a thing that I'm allowed to do? Anyway, so there was a very small clip, and I believe it was Frank Turek who threw it up. It was a cross-examined clip, and I went and hunted down the actual video itself. It's a video called How Does Nature Define Marriage? Now, last I checked, nature doesn't actually define jack shit. We as humans define things. We push the definitions onto things. That's how definitions are made, but according to this guy, nature defines marriage a certain way. Also, marriage is not a thing that we find in nature either. But apparently, it's time for us to talk about that. But before we do that, I do want to very quickly go into the fan art section. This one is from the Shadow Wolf. Said the coins have made a coin tank with nose cannons that they call snot rockets and imbued with the power of Timer-kun? Huh? I'm so confused. Okay. You know what? It's okay. It's okay. Thank you, the Shadow Wolf, for more coins. We're going to get to the cross-examine video. That's what we're going to do. Hey, now that I got my border up, I can move this where it needs to go so the 3D print can still be running the entire time. It's perfect. All right. Let's go ahead and see here. What are we talking about? What are we
How
even
important
talking
is the definition
about?
of marriage? Or how should we understand the definition of marriage? I would
It's
suggest
whatever we want it to be, probably.
that the definition of marriage isn't something we define, it's something we discover.
Okay, cool. So we discovered marriage. Where did we discover marriage? What? How did we discover marriage? I always thought that marriage and the nuclear family model was the thing that we made up because it seemed to work best for holding a society together. That's the excuse I'm always given. How is this a discovery as opposed to a thing we invented because it seems to work?
And that, I think, is a proper, humble acknowledgement that when we come into this world, it's already furnished for us. It's furnished by those who came before us. and those who came before them, and those who came before them, and ultimately all the way back to God, who already created forms and structures in place so that civilization could be possible.
I don't think we actually have any evidence of that one, though. Like, okay, so from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, we built civilization ourselves. Like, we as humans built civilization. When the whole chromosome 2 thing started happening with us, we started finding that we survived better when we had more people in a local group. We also had the ability to start compartmentalizing skills for people more often than not. So you could have people who were stronger at hunting. They would go out and hunt at wild animals. And then there were people who had more patience than the hunters, and they could go do fishing instead of hunting. And then you had people who didn't really give a crap about either of those two things, but that's okay. They could forage for other types of foods because you still wanted fruits, nuts, and berries. They gave plenty of nutrients that we needed still, and they were a great supplement to meats. Also, a lot of them tended to last longer before we had the advent of preservation techniques like salt. So it tended to be that having multiple people with multiple kinds of skill sets ended up working better for us. So then we had to figure out, how do you take multiple people with different ideas on how to live their life and shove them all into one location and make them get along? Because they have to get along or we all die in the winter. I don't think that any of that necessarily requires a god. Not really. You can surely put a god in there in your mythos, but it's not necessary for that. It's not a necessary component.
And not every structure will be able to support civilization and empower it to grow and multiply and fulfill our divine directive to be fruitful, multiply, and fill the earth.
All right, so that feels like a way to say that the gays can't have kids, therefore society can't be based on the gays. But here's the thing. That argument only ever works in a world where we are entirely populated by gay people who do not wish to have children. But there are gay people who do wish to have children and engage in things like surrogacy, so this is already incorrect. Also, they make up a smaller portion of the population than straight people, so this is double incorrect. There are more straight people than there are gay people, and even within the people who are gay, some of them still find ways to have children. So none of this matters.
Not every attempt to redefine marriage does that. So, strictly speaking, when I say marriage, I'm talking about marriage as it's been defined before anybody ever tried to redefine it.
Okay, so all words are under a constant barrage of redefinition. This is a thing that words do. This is how words work, period. Words do not function without the flexibility of redefinition, because the ability to define them in the first place was predicated on language having that flexibility. So, I don't know what this means. You're just saying that whatever the most recent definition of marriage is, we should use the one that directly predicated that? But then that one would be invalid because there would be a definition that directly predicated that. Remember that marriage at one point in the United States meant that white people and black people couldn't get together. So I have no idea what this fucking means. Which version are we going to? Are we going to the version where it's more frowned upon for cousins to fuck? Are we going to the version where the white and the black people can't get together? Are we going to the version where the Native Americans can only get together with you if the Native American is female? Are we going with the version where gay people are involved? Are we going with the version where trans people are involved? Which of these many versions of marriage are we going with? And why does it have to be the ones that the United States conveniently used? This feels like somebody grew up in a world in the 60s, 70s, or 80s, and then as an adult they noticed that the world around them changed, and they desperately started looking for any way possible to get the world back to what they remembered, ignoring the fact that oftentimes nostalgia is wrong. But okay, sure thing.
The marriage that we discovered. And when someone talks about gay marriage, that to me sounds like you're not talking about marriage. Now, I'm not trying to bash on people. I'm not trying.
But you are. No. So this is the soft-handed Christian problem, where a Christian will say something bigoted and then try to cloak it in love. They'll try to say, I'm not trying to bash you, I just want your human rights stripped away. I talked with my hands, and I put my hand in front of my camera when I did that, and my entire model froze. Didn't expect that one. Anyway.
Trying to be harsh, but whatever that union is called, if gay people want to get married, they can, but they don't want to because they're gay.
What? No, gay people can get married and want to get married. They do it all the time. It's called gay marriage. What?
If you prefer the same sex, you're entirely welcome to marry someone of the opposite sex. Settle down.
Excuse me, what the fuck? Wait. This is the shit. This is the shit where you say that a poor man and a rich man are both equally unable, due to legality, to sleep under a bridge. It is illegal for the rich man and the poor man to sleep under the bridge equally, so that law must be fair because it equally applies to both parties. It ignores the fact that one of these two parties is more likely to have to sleep under that bridge, and one of the other two parties has probably never even considered the bridge as a possible sleeping escape. It ignores reality in favor of on-paper equality. So when you say, yeah, gay people can get married, they can get married to the opposite sex, you know, the people they aren't attracted to and the people they don't want to be in a relationship with oftentimes. I have met in my life at least 2 lesbians who found one man attractive. I did not learn in my later life whether that man was actually a trans woman who just didn't know yet. I've seen it happen, though. But we don't base all of our rules on those handful of exceptions, now do we? So...
Hi, Suris.
How's it going, Naki Bree? How's it going, Naki Bree? So I'm just confused as hell as to what this even means. Like, if we were to reverse things, right? If we were to reverse things and I said, hey, John Boy Dildo, whatever your name is here at crossexamine.org, you are perfectly able, if you want, to go have relations with a woman. But if you want any legal protection, you gotta go for the sausage, man. You gotta go for that man cock. And if you don't go for that man cock, then it's just not going to be legally protected. It's not going to be recognized. It's not going to be looked at fondly. It's not going to be any of that stuff. And you'd look at me with a really weird look if I said that. But the problem is that I didn't say anything different than you just said. I just swapped the roles around. That's all I did. And if all you have to do is swap who's in power for something to sound a little bit fucked up, then maybe it was a little bit fucked up the entire time.
Down and have kids. God bless you if you do. But if you want to be with someone of the same sex, that's not marriage.
But it is, because marriage is whatever we define it as. Like, I'm sorry, but there are people who don't even get a marriage certificate, and they are more willing to use the term married than other people as well. Because sometimes that they don't want the government involvement in their relationship, they're still willing to call it marriage. That happens more often than not.
Now, this may sound like Christians kind of forcing their way on society.
It is, though. It may sound like it because it is. It quacks like a duck because it is a duck.
But I would contend that every culture throughout human history, up until about 5 minutes ago, recognized that that was not just how God made it from the Abrahamic religions, but that's how nature ordained it.
Really? So we're ignoring the fact that gay relationships happen in nature. But let's also see here, Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Let's see here. Same-sex unions were known to happen in ancient Greece and Rome, ancient Mesopotamia, some regions of China, such as the Fujian province, and at certain times in ancient European history across that continent. They are known to be more recognized in the Mesopotamian regions than in the Egyptian ones. Huh! Weird, 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 strange, weird, weird! He lied! God, that's so weird! He lied! God, isn't it so strange that when a Christian is trying desperately to be bigoted, but sound loving, they just lie? Turns out nature's definition of marriage is nothing. Nature doesn't have definitions. Definitions are a thing that we impose on nature. It's not a thing intrinsic to nature.
Because that's the kind of union that secures the female, protecting, providing, making sure she is emotionally and socially supported.
God, I love the language of secures the female. It kind of makes her seem like an object to be won. I'm not saying that as somebody who literally went on a rescue mission to go get his girlfriend from another state. Who the fuck am I to talk?
It domesticates the male so he's not just a ruffian.
Ah, yes! The only thing that stops a man from being a ruffian is the pussy of a woman. Ha ha! Yeah, sure, why not?
And it rears children. And you can meet all of those traditionally and effectively in natural marriage, or what's just called marriage. And we have yet...
Natural marriage, or just marriage. What?
To discover any other social institution that can compete in effectiveness with marriage.
Boy, that sounds like a good way to advocate for marriage to be broadened in its definition so that more people can do the marriage thing so that society can be more stable. But no, that's not the solution he's going to go for.
Now, I'm sure people are going to keep trying new experiments with ways to re-engineer society, but all of these social experiments are often forgetting what humankind really is, and that we've come into a pre-furnished civilization that has a lot of this stuff designed for us, and if we wreck it, there might not be another one.
Ah, yes. The gays getting married will wreck society and destroy everything. That's not weighted at all. That's not weighted in any way, shape, or form. Riddle of Lightning says it's no longer marriage if she does anal. Ah, yes, if you want to stick it in her pooper, the ring won't fit anymore. Yeah, society is just gonna collapse if the gays get married, apparently. I just wasn't aware that that was what's gonna happen. So, I saw a clip from this on Twitter, and I wanted to watch the entire thing, because it seemed like maybe it'd be a little interesting to watch the entire thing. It was not. It was not. Nothing about it was interesting. Apparently, gays are going to cause a nuclear bomb to go off, because that would destroy society. I can't think of any other way being gay would destroy society. You know that one scene where Cloud is in Walmart and dresses in drag and does a whole fucking drag show, basically, in order to get access into Don Corneo's mansion? That's gonna destroy society, apparently. 110%. It's just infinitely wrong. Also, sidebar, why did they take away the scene from Final Fantasy VII where all the guys are weird to Cloud in the gym? It's weird. Anyway, the gays bring about the second Bronze Age collapse. I solved it. If there was a gay nuke, I think the only thing that would happen is that it would rain rainbow glitter. The gay nuke is happening. Rainbows. Anyway. Oh, wow. My Stream Deck just turned off twice? Huh. I couldn't hit the end of the record button because Stream Deck was being stupid. Anyway, I'm glad it's still working. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate all of y'all being here for my coming back. This is the first video that should be going up since I'm coming back. Maybe. I'm hoping so. But let me know what you guys think. Hit the like button if you haven't already. And as always, everybody, insert end of video tagline here. The gay nuke is the start of Fallout 69. All right. Gosh darn it, my phone just dinged that you were live. I mean, I'm not done on stream. Suris, you may have a point. Nature gives animals harems, so humans should have harems. Nah, I'll pass. I've already done that once. Didn't like the end result. So this guy will just glitter bomb everything? You have proof the gay nukes make a gay Pepe Kaiju. Now I have the power to destroy civilization. Yep. Yep. Misanthropic, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. And thank you for the hydrate, Spocket Girl. Knocky Bree, thank you for resubscribing. And Jump Point, thank you for resubscribing as well. Pastel TJ says, hi, just hopping in to say hi, fan of your content. Well, thank you, Pastel TJ. I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. Fallout New West Hollywood. Dumbledoom, thank you for the follow. You was having a harem, but it was bound to end very, very poorly. Yeah. You learned in Sunday school that Rome fell because of the gays. Jesus Christ. Red Joker, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to a Nubian. Now there will be fewer ads on a Nubian's point. Amelia says the only harem I have is filled with 2D waifus. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. That dice holder is definitely taller and purpler than when the topic started. You know, okay, so what would you guys do if somebody came into your channel and accused you of only reading the wiki instead of caring about the lore of a thing that you like? I feel like if you read the wiki of something, you already care about the lore because that's why you were reading the wiki in the first place. Does that mean the wiki is reliable enough to get started? No? Yeah, just, it's a person who bitched at me on Twitter saying that you would know this if you were actually familiar with the Magic the Gathering lore. And I'm like, I am familiar enough with the lore, and I feel like the mentality of you don't care about the thing because you only read the wiki when I've actually read a lot of the books is a stupid mentality in general. But they decided to go onto my channel as well and go, it totally shows that you refer to the wiki instead of actually being familiar with the lore. It's okay, though. I ain't mad at you about it. Take this as more of a heads up. Like, a heads up for what? Why should I give a shit? Also, I didn't even open do wiki during this video, so fuck off? Like, I feel like that's a reasonable thing to say, right? Like, do I ignore them or do I respond with the fuck off? Ignore them, troll them. Said so gatekeeping game lore is a thing now? Apparently. Apparently. You know what? Nah, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna make this super easy. I'm gonna make this super easy. Should I just hide the person from my channel? Nah, you're right. I just ignore it. I should just ignore it. Post the first paragraph of the third book word for word. So, God, what was the third book for Magic? Was that way in fucking Brothers War? Somebody says no doxing, please. Wait, what? How did doxing come up? I'm actually dead serious. Where did doxing come up? I read and have the Brothers War books. What's he talking about? I don't know. I think the doxing is more than just sharing. I forget that doxing is more than just sharing. How do you forget that doxing is more than just sharing the username Unquenchable Harvest? Commenting 54 minutes ago. On my Umazawa and Goro Goro video. What? Somebody said it says I'm dumb. I'm sorry. I'm just confused. That's all. That's it. Oh, geez. This filament's really brittle. No wonder it had to be so fickle when I was printing it. Urgelli definitely had a... what's the word? Might be surprised how much personal info is easily and publicly available. So I haven't printed with ABS, so my default will be saying I prefer printing with PLA. Seeing as I haven't actually tried ABS. Too sick and getting a headache? That's fair, Spocket Girl. Get some rest. Maybe need a more sturdy dice tower. Well, good thing this isn't a dice tower. It's a dice holder. Yeah, I don't have an enclosure, nor can I afford an enclosure. Otherwise, I would have tried printing with TPU. Because TPU is rubber, basically. So yes, you can go to the store and buy a cardboard box. No, Nakibri, that is not the enclosure that you use for ABS and TPU. You need a fucking carbon filter. You need something that actively catches the fumes that come out of it. Especially the CO, I'm guessing. Yeah, like, TPU and ABS are known for having basically toxic fumes come out of them. So you generally want to print them away from you. Have you not printed a 3D slime, Suris, or tentacles yet? I need to print slime. Oh my god! I built a slime deck recently! I need slime. I need a slime Suris 3D model that I can print. And print many of. Is it against humanity? Yes. Yes. Oh god, somebody in the fan art section had to have made a 3D model for slime Suris at some point, right? Yeah, probably not, but if they did, I would print out a shit ton of them. Seriously, what the small model I made? Send it to me real quick. Let me take a look at it. Dr. Squirrel, the slime deck I built won't work in Arena because Commander's not a thing in Arena. A Bard's Tale says, hi, all. Won't be here long. I'm not feeling well, but just wanted to stop in and say hi. Well, hello. If y'all have a 3D model of Slime Suris that I can print out and use for my Slimes Against Humanity deck, I will not only play Slimes Against Humanity on Saturday with the tokens, but I will find a way to record that game and put it somewhere for people to see. Assuming I can print out enough in time. Sylvie Snow says, I'm so confused. What are the words you're saying? Oh, so Sylvie, there's a card in Magic the Gathering called Slime Against Humanity. And you're allowed to have any number of Slime Against Humanity in a deck. And so when you play Slime Against Humanity, you build your deck as like a quarter to a half of just copies of Slime Against Humanity. And every time you cast one, the slime gets bigger for every slime you've previously cast in the game. Basically. There's more to it than that, but that's the gist of it. So every slime you make gets bigger. So I would need to make progressively bigger slime to... Oh my god! I would make slimes that are slightly bigger than each other, eventually getting to just a big slime. Stoff, a question on this one. Are the eyes recessed so that that detail will be shown on the print? Or are they painted on? If the eyes and the facial details can be either recessed or raised so that that slime Suris can be shown. Also, Hannah, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? You can recess them really easily. Yeah, if you can recess the details on that, like sculpt them into it, so that when I'm printing the slime Suris, we'll be able to see those things without me having to paint each individual one. then that would be awesome. More of them says, hey, Suris, can't stay but have a fantastic day. Gotcha. Is there enchantment or equipment that can turn other creatures into slimes? Yes. Maskwood Nexus. This is the model that Stoff showed me. Hold on. Let me hop into Blender real quick. Thank you, Stoff. I appreciate it. What card? Something Nexus? Maskwood Nexus. It turns all creatures into shapeshifters, which makes them slimes, because ooze is a creature type. Who is the commander of the slime deck? Adrix and Nev. Adrix and Nev. Every time you make a token with Adrix and Nev creates a new token. And because the token creation is a replacement effect of Adrix and Nev, whenever you make the new token will come in with whatever 1/1 counters or anything it was supposed to be created with. And if you use cards like Maskwood Nexus, if you use the cards like Maskwood Nexus, they're technically cat slimes. You didn't go with Shalai and Halar? No. So I originally went with Shalai and Halar. I actually bought a new copy of the backup deck because it comes with Shalai and Halar, and Shalai and Halar is like $10 to $15 right now, and the whole backup deck is down to $30 on Amazon. So there was no reason not to just buy the whole fucking deck because it had a bunch of 1/1 counter support stuff. So I bought the deck again so that I could have the shell and gut pieces out of it to put slimes in, but I didn't end up enjoying that deck. So the problem with Shalai and Halar as the commander is the Shalai and Halar only sends out burn damage. She can't Warstorm Surge the damage onto creatures. So you end up having combat and burn and nothing else. Your deck ends up being very, very linear and kind of boring and requires a lot of setup. So Adrix and Nev gives you the same idea as Shalai and Halar. All of the 1/1 counters that would go on a slime being turned into burn damage just turns into having another slime on the board. And Adrix and Nev ends up being a lot more thematic, being able to have access to copies. Also, giving the slime deck access to blue gives you access to cards like Swarm Intelligence, which will copy the slimes as you play them, as they are spells, which allows you to create more slimes going forward. When you build the deck as Naya, you end up suffering from the Naya draw problems, where if Naya doesn't have, like, Trouble in Pairs and a few specific, like, one-off green cards drawing its cards, Naya tends to run out of cards in its hands very quickly. But in the version of the deck I have right now, it can draw through the entire deck in a single turn. I actually had a game where I created enough slimes to lethal the table.
Also, it's been almost 3 years. Are you sick of me yet?
No, Ivana, I'm not sick of you. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. Or the resubscription, rather. That's the one. So yeah, with the new version of the slime deck, I put Greater Good in. So I make a shit ton of slimes, I hit people with them, and if the slimes are about to die, I just sack my slimes to Greater Good, draw as many cards out of my deck as I can, and discard as many slimes into the graveyard as I can. Because Slime Against Humanity gains power for every single slime in the graveyard or in exile. Sidebar, if you play Maskwood Nexus in the slime deck, it transforms all of the creatures in your graveyard into oozes. So the Slime Against Humanity becomes bigger as a result of that. Can you share the deck or is it personal? I can share the deck. The problem is I have not put the deck on Moxfield yet. And as I haven't put the deck on Moxfield yet, I'd have to input the deck on stream right now to it. But I will gladly make the deck and do it as a video if you guys want. That's not my graveyard. That's ooze potential. Yep. Also, I'm printing the lid here with 100% infill. So if you hear it scratching, it is. It's scratching very hard. It'd be nice to use surgical extraction, but no black. Wait, Jassa, why would you not just use test of talents then? If you really want to do the surgical extraction thing, Jassa, just use test of talents. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Okay, so test of talents is a counterspell that does the surgical extraction effect. I'm sorry, Naki Bree. The one thing that I've avoided putting in the deck is Thrumming Stone. I don't like Thrumming Stone as a card. How much longer does that thing have? God, that's so scratchy. Thrumming Stone sounds like a sex thing. No, Thrumming Stone in Magic the Gathering says when you cast a card, look at the top 4 cards of your deck. If a card of the same name is on top, cast that too. So when you play Thrumming Stone and you play one Slime Against Humanity, you usually end up playing every Slime Against Humanity in your deck. They all just get cast at once for free. And each slime will see the previous slime. Would something like Doubling Season be useful with slimes? Yes, it would, but I don't own one. So I didn't put it in the deck. But yes, it would be. Please tell me you put in Rift Sweeper. No, I didn't, because I didn't plan on running out. So I'm not running any Thrumming Stone style effects that will get all the slimes out immediately, because I didn't want to do that. So I don't have Rift Sweeper in there because I don't have to patch up that particular problem. Because I'm directly avoiding that problem. Once this thing is done printing, because it's just so damn loud. Price of Doubling Season crashed? Wait, did it? Will I finally own one because the price has crashed? Also, Chesh, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How are you doing? Define crash. I think they're defining crash like this. It was almost $100, and it's just plummeted down to about the 40s, which is still much. That's still very, very much. Get hit by 5 ads, what happened? Nothing. Not yet. What's doubling season? I'm so out of touch, I apologize. Doubling season says if an effect would make 1 or more tokens, make twice that many tokens. If an effect would give you 1 or more counters on a card, put twice that many counters on a card. So basically, with doubling season, when you play a slime, it will make 2 slimes and then double the power and toughness of both slimes. With the commander in my deck, it basically means that every time I cast a slime, I will make 4 slimes. Yeah, we're talking Magic while we're waiting for my dice container lid to finish printing. You haven't played MTG in so long that you have no idea how to even play Commander? Jeez. Jeez. All this talk of slimes while I'm trying to design a slime is funny. Jesus. Man. I wish doubling season and parallel lives weren't so expensive. It's still really expensive for those two. I am feeling better, Kazooie.
Suris, Blizzy Wave, Suris, Blizzy Wave, Suris, Blizzy Wave.
Kronos, hello! How are you doing? How was your stream? I mean, I assume you've streamed recently. I am assuming that. My brain just, how was your streamed immediately? Because Chesh just rated. So I'm just filling in those blanks again. Hi. So you nearly cried when you pulled that from a booster? Ah. Oh, my bad. Look, it's not your fault, Chesh. Not your fault, okay? You did your best. Best is better than me. Do. 3D printer, yes, and it's almost done. Channel Pup says, I live. No, you don't. You died. I know you died because we did a whole episode on your death. I know it happened. You can't tell me it didn't happen. Can you print Lego system stuff? Not really. What you making? Dice container. All right, here we go. You was killed by a lot of things, but you survived the death itself. Fair, fair. Hold on a second. Mountain, swamp, island, all those gotta go. All right. And with that... Wait, where'd my... I'm confused. Where'd the other half of this go? This finished printing. There it is. It fell. All right. Come on. Always hard getting this at the first time. There we go. Dice container is finished. I want different colors, though. So we are going to try again. There must be some small dice. 14mm dice. Yes. How much do these cost? The 3D printer or the dice container? Because when the dice container works, it's only about $1 worth of filament. But I tend to fail making dice containers a lot. It is the print that has the highest failure rate that I've made ever. However, the price of the printer, this is a $400 printer. It was very graciously gifted to me by Ravelern. It tends to go on sale for $300 more often than not. This is the Flashforge Adventurer 5M. And in my experience, it is a very, very good printer. It is a super fast... Like, Ravelern apparently has a lot of 3D printers and has noted anytime I've shown videos of this printer running that it is stupidly quick in how fast it makes its shit. It's very, very fast. It's very, very accurate. Its firmware is pretty good. I've had to only give it a factory reset once. So we are going to be building one of these from scratch. Or not from scratch, but from the base right now, because I want green and blue in it if I can help it. Rob Espiners, he needs to make weapons for the Ravathia. Tales of Atonement says, how much space does it take up? This one takes up about 1.4 inches wide and about 1.8 inches deep. So not that much space at all. The filament takes up a lot of space because I have a decent bit of filament now. Now to print the dice? No, I will never print dice. So when you print dice, you run into a huge issue where the dice themselves are not actually weighted correctly. And I can't bring myself to use dice that are not weighted correctly, because then they're not actually randomized. If you want to make dice, what you want to do is you want to make a mold and pour resin in the mold. Sylvie Snow says, why? So, the reason why they're not weighted correctly is dice are supposed to be solid all the way through. And when you 3D print something, it is almost always hollow or otherwise has imperfections in it that mean that it is not consistent all the way throughout. A piece of it could get warped during heating. Anything can happen. So when you're making dice, a resin printer is one way to go about it. Also, you can have dice that are made in a mold where you make a silicone mold and you pour resin into it. But you almost always want to go with resin for dice, never PLA. PLA is too inconsistent. It doesn't weigh enough to roll well either. Are you able to make Lego compatible accessories? So if you want to make Lego compatible accessories, you want to go with resin. It said bottom tends to weigh more for PLA prints. Yeah, because the walls tend to be thicker, and the bottom of areas tend to be thicker on PLA prints so that they hold onto the bottom of the shit. Yeah, Lego, you do not want to make Lego in PLA. For every one brick you get that will work correctly, you will get several that don't. And because of the way that Lego friction fits itself, every time you place a Lego onto or place the PLA brick onto a piece of Lego, you will strip a little bit of the PLA away, and eventually there will be nothing left. Eventually, it won't be able to press on at all. Because PLA is made by making a ton of micro layers, every time you push those layers a little bit, you just make them separate. Said it breaks apart. Yes, it does. PLA does break apart very, very easy. Aluminum Lego, interesting. ABS isn't too bad for Lego compatible prints. Wow, GG. Did you see how that bounced there? That was GG. My friend said it was due to the hollowness and tolerance issues. I'm saying in a scenario where you actually get a print that works perfectly, even that print will wear itself down. What's your thought on rainbow decks? Woodburg decks are very boring. I'll take that as a no on me buying you dinner at IHOP, then it's fine. Pup, I don't even like IHOP. But you've hung around me long enough to know what I do like to eat. Like, I've literally taken you around town to get food. You can afford mental health deterioration from not having Amy in a silly waitress outfit. According to your Twitter, you do like IHOP? No, I am enthralled by the fact that IHOP exists and has a Sonic the Hedgehog collaboration. Said you just eat chicken and stuff? Yes, I do. Chicken tendies, forever. Billion years. Suris just hates chickens. Also, I need to show you guys the most obvious 3D print in the world. I mean, really, really. Did you know? Pup says, I send you money to buy me IHOP. You send me IHOP, I pay shipping, and I get the stupid Amy skin. Let me just, like, get a job or something.
Did you know that in terms of male, human, and female Pokemon breeding, Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans? Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals, Vaporeon are an average of 3 feet and 3 inches tall and 63.9 pounds. This means they're large enough to be able to handle human dicks, and with their impressive base stats for HP and access to acid armor, you can be rough with one. Due to their mostly water-based biology, there's no doubt in my mind that an aroused Vaporeon would be incredibly wet. So wet that you could easily have sex with one for hours without getting sore. They can also learn the moves Attract, Baby Doll Eyes, Captivate, Charm, and Tail Whip, along with not having fur to hide nipples, so it'd be incredibly easy for one to get you in the mood. With their abilities Water Absorb and Hydration, they can easily recover from fatigue with enough water. No other Pokemon comes close to this level of compatibility. Also, fun fact, if you pull out enough, you can make your Vaporeon turn white. Vaporeon is literally built for human dick. Ungodly defense stat and high HP pool and acid armor means it can take cock all day, all shapes and sizes, and still come for more.
Hey guys, did you
Sit on the bu- You just started paying attention against it. Yes, pup, you have met Fritz Kraft in real life. We have all gone to a pizza place together, and we have had a random dude come to us and tell us not to vote Democrat because he has guns. And people tell me I'm lying when I say weird shit happens in Georgia. No. Weird shit always happens in Georgia when you go to the bars. It's a normal thing here. I said, y'all got some weird shit in the water. Y'all better not vote Democrat. I got guns. Hold on, I have to turn the heat up on this. The only way that this was able to do its print without failing last time was by being at 245 degrees Celsius instead of the 220 I had it at. Well, if you guys want to force me to watch that when I'm doing my N64 stuff here in an hour or two, then you can force me to watch whatever you want via media share. They're trying to vaccinate our guns. I'm sorry, you want to repeat that temperature? Trying to get it to focus on it. You need to shout focus, you fuck. Hold on. Focus, please? Why ain't no focus? Well, anyway. $245°C. Wait, Stoff, why do you even use the repair tool in the slicer program? Just ignore the repair tool. Because the model will print wrong. I have so many models that I've printed without repairing that print out fine. Don't worry, all my guns wear condoms, safety and protection first. Yeah, all of my guns are stored in a case. But they make loud bangs. I got a high point yeet cannon for $100. That was like dirt cheap. So this one literally would have pieces missing. Ah, fair. I trust you. How much was the baby cannon? The baby cannon came free with your subscription to Leftward Politics. Tell Chip I remain honored that he chose me as his favorite of the old gang. Unlike silly Growlith, who chose Nick, and Yumi, who chose Wayne. Yeah. Reminds me, Fritz, the next time you're over at my place, you should bring something so we can go shooting together. We've got a little, Saki's got a little Smith & Wesson hand cannon. It goes bang loud. Did I prefer a trebuchet? Yeah, but a trebuchet won't keep call for an uprising from doming you. I prefer swords, but I'm not about to use a sword if somebody breaks into my house. You can take a man's penis, but you can't take the penis out of a man. I mean, you can. It just makes his ass sticky. What if we put call in the trebuchet? Oh, fair. Yeah, that would work. Oh, Fritz. Online handle of mutual friend of ours, Kroll, I believe, right? Put him in the trebuchet and then yeet. As the founding fathers intended. Is that prick call back? No, not yet. I mean, he's still a thing. He still does content, but I haven't done content on him in a while. You can come by this weekend should you bring something big or just fun. Dealer's choice. I'd like to go ahead and start on, knocking out the wall and joining the offices and the bedrooms together. But I want to make sure that we've got time not only for me to cook you a good meal, because I've got a kitchen that literally, thanks to you, I didn't have a kitchen before that. Not really, not in a meaningful way. But I want to cook you something, and also for us to have some time to do some shooting. Although the day that we were originally going to take care of the floor stuff, when Grav came over instead, they came over while me and Saki were practicing in the backyard. So, Carlos Bob, okay, making sure. Yeah, they came over while me and Saki were practicing in the backyard, and I may have handed my high point to Grav and said, "Hey, give this a shot." I have never watched hands shake that quickly. Violet says, I'd love to have guns since I'm stuck in a red state for the next year or so. I don't trust Republicans at all. Look, I have found there are Republicans you can trust, and there are ones you can't, generally speaking. For instance, I would not trust the guy at the bar that I've done videos on, because there's only so many conspiracies you can shove into your head before I start worrying what you'll do in a room with, you know, other people. Trust to fuck everything up, or trust isn't actually trust. So, for instance, my parents are Republicans, and I trust my parents. Paradox Beans. I am not trans, nor do I use those, words that you used. No, the people who I don't trust are the politicians. Republican politicians, I cannot trust in any way, shape, or form. And I say this as somebody who's gone to the Capitol, talked with them, and came away jaded. Like, so didn't they lie to you? Yes. Holy shit, a politician lied. Weird. Thank you for the hydrate, Chesh. I appreciate it. Oh, Chesh, did you see that, our mutual, don't shit asshole commented saying that the, woke mob has turned on me, but it was just Essence of Thoughts drama from years ago, just being written down in a Discord? You know, a thing that happened 4 or 5 years ago? Like, yep. Yeah, I was like, my guy, that cancellation happened years ago. Paradox says, am I watching a YouTube video or a streamer with that edit? Well, you're not watching a YouTube video. You are watching a streamer. Hi.
Red heart.
I do, in fact, do my editing live. It saves me a lot of time whenever I'm actually doing my editing later. We left the EU. Where's my big damn soda? Morbid Place, thank you for resubscribing. Also, Tales of Atonement, you sent me a message before on another voicing opportunity thing, right? We need to follow up with each other on that at some point. Even I don't remember Essence of Thought. Yeah. Like, I said back then, and I still stand by now, that rationality rules is probably not transphobic. Stupid when it comes to the science of trans people, absolutely. But actual bigotry? I don't think so. But apparently that's enough to make my community not a safe place for trans people, and it's enough to say that I have to do an entire character arc to make up for the crimes I did against trans people. Apparently. And, like, I think there's a difference between somebody being wrong on something in a way that negatively affects trans people and just being transphobic. But that's just me. I mean, you have a positive view of Vosh just makes you evil in some circles? And they can call me evil. I don't fucking care. So didn't you have that character arc already? Yeah, somewhat before I started my channel. Chesh says I keep trying to, I keep getting people trying to insult me by calling me trans. Like, bro, I'm androgynous as fuck most of the time, and that's not an insult. Yeah, I've seen some of that on Twitter, and I'm just like, I'm pretty sure Chesh is just a cis girl with short hair. Pretty sure that's been the case for at least a few years. I don't think that's changed. And I said, oh no, you've seen my recent Twitter, you poor soul? It's almost like I follow you or something. It's weird. Suris, choose your gender. Are you male or woke? Woke is when woman. Those are the two genders. Male and woke. I definitely can't forget what they were doing when it came to Rachel Oates, nor a few of their followers decided to say on Twitter. Oh yeah, like when that one person who was a fan of Essence of Thought said something very, very disparaging about me, and then when I responded to what they said, they had the opinion that I was sending a mob of people after them for responding to them because of the power dynamics of me being a bigger creator. But I'm just going to go ahead and say, I don't think that we should ever be okay with the world where somebody's not allowed to respond to criticism because their YouTube channel happens to be a larger size. At the time, my channel was like 8,000 subs. But apparently that made me the devil. Last time I got baked, I thought it was a hilarious name for a person in a local Asian food store. pup. Always bring some cushion when he comes in, my roommate Sam. Ah, okay. Morbid Place, thank you very much for the 30-bit cheer. Wish I could pass as non-masculine one day. Hey, give it time. Eat lower calorie food. Have fiber. Go to gym. Take dergs. Eventually it will happen. Suris, I love you. It's Palace. Ah, okay. The Morbid Palace. The Morbid Palace. The Morbid Castale. But gym is torture. Can't a good walk on the beach suffice? It depends. How many walks on the beach do you plan on doing? And about what that member of their audience said about one of your exes? I don't remember. I've compartmentalized so much of that. $3D pin to turd, Suris poo cam. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. You go to an openly affirming medical clinic in Buffalo because fuck the noise? Fair enough. You drank too much tea? How does one drink too much tea? I need that one explained to me. What is too much in the tea category? I said switch to green tea sweetened with honey. Fritz says, Pup, I have tried to talk to him into selling bathwater a few times now. Shut the fuck up, both of you. Jesus Christ. Says switch to green tea sweetened with honey. Honey is the same as sugar as far as your body's digestion system is concerned. The insulin response is identical. Way back in the early days when he'd go for should I tell him to bring his camera so we could watch him squeeze one out. Yeah, and then I met you in real life and you took pictures of actual poo. I gave up. Like, just watching you take a picture of an actual turd out in Portland, Oregon. Maybe a bit much. You are consistent. We don't need to kink shame Pup. We need to kink ask why. We need to kink wonder what the hell is going on. We need to kink stop him in his tracks. That's what we need to do. We need to kink kick the shit out of him. Oh, I remember what you're talking about. The person who said that, like, my ex couldn't be trans because they didn't agree with everything EOT said. Jesus Christ. The thing is, the poo isn't just poo. It's a framing device. It was for a documentary in Portland. It's the perfect summary of what that place is all about. What better way to begin a Portland documentary than with a shot of the turd and it was video? What is video but a series of still pictures stapled together? It was a video of a turd. It was a human turd. Yes, I understand it was a human turd in Portland, Oregon. You don't have to remind me. I know what it was. You got some kink explaining to do? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Suris, I once had an NTSJW guy said I wasn't trans if I don't tuck. Like, I want to know what these morons are smoking because I want some. Ah, yes. A trans woman with a neo-vagina isn't trans because she doesn't tuck the non-existent penis. Ah, yes. She can't... That hypothetical person cannot be a trans person because they don't tuck. Because there's no dick to tuck. Tuck the Vagubu. Hello. Hi, hon. How are you doing? It's good. How's your head feeling? What are you glad? You glad you're feeling a little up? Not fun. Okay. Oh. You said it's the Saki? It is. She is here.
Holy fuck. That's so pretty.
It is very pretty.
That's incredible.
Yep. So now I am printing it until I get green.
Remember to print out a little flat thing. Read it.
Oh, so that GG can't step on my power again? Those are all done for Bob. No longer have to print.
It'll just look like this, basically.
Yeah. Fair, fair. Also, we have an idea for my Slimes Against Humanity deck. Not that. Hold on. Not that.
What a great idea.
No.
You need 60 of them.
I need 60 of them? Make sure to tuck your pussies, people. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Anyway, who wants to talk about Nazis? See, I said who wants to talk about Nazis, and the first thing Chesh says is, I just looked out my window. And my brain connected those two as dots. And that was a weird image. Pup says I'm shy in person when I'm running on only 1 hour of sleep in 72 hours. True. Historical Nazis, or I guess you'll find out. I guess you will find out. We have some stuff to talk about. Apparently, Massachusetts ain't doing so great because there was a incident, let's just say, that happened recently, and we gotta talk about that. So, is a conversation about Nazis. That's basically what it was. Let's go ahead and get into how that conversation looked. But first, let's get into the fan art section. We have one piece of fan art here that is from, if I can move the 3D printer cam here. Whoop. We have one piece of fan art that is from Ivana Dragmeyer. This is uncomfy Suris, apparently. I am uncomfortable looking at this. So I guess it works. It is uncomfy Suris, and it makes me uncomfy to stare at. So you know what? I get it. But no, it's not you. It's not. Sorry. So here's what's happening. I lost my place. It's from Kitterdoodle. I lost my place in the fan art section, and my brain was trying to go, who did it? Who did it? It's Kitterdoodle, not Ivana Dragmeyer. It's not Ivana. It's Kitterdoodle. Sorry. It's anti-Suris. Inverse Suris. The onesie is outside, and he endeavors to make everybody uncomfy. Right. It's not Ivana Dragmeyer. That is what so when I'm doing fan art, I have to pull up the actual area that it was, but because Stoff sent me a message, I looked at the message, and for some reason, Discord doesn't keep your place in any channel you're in when you leave an area on Discord, so I was like, oh, shit, I have to go figure out where this is. Quick, filler noise, filler noise! Jesus Christ. Inverse Suris would have remembered the name. Inverse Suris is uncomfortable. Anyway, thank you for your fan art submission. Let's talk about this incident that happened recently. So this is the clip that's going viral right now. And I'm going to go ahead and raise the volume on this a little bit. Ivana, thank you very much for the 200 bits. I'm not behind this car shit. No, you're right. It's Kitterdoodle. Sorry, it's Kitterdoodle. I fooked up. But I need to increase the volume here because we're going to go on a journey, people.
Let's talk about the Nazis. I would like to know, although I'm not posing a...
So, this is a Republican representative in Massachusetts, I believe. Let's go.
Question through the chair. I would like to know what they did that was illegal. I would like to know what they did, in detail if folks would like to share, that was wrong, that infringed on another person's right. Holding a rally, and even holding a rally with guns, is not illegal. Let's talk about the Nazis.
So, I had a suspicion when I looked at this tweet that there might be some problems with the mentality here, but I wanted to go ahead and give benefit of the doubt here because my thought process is there is no way that this person is talking about the original Nazis. Which, even that is a weird one to think about because the American brown shirts and American civil history is actually where the Nazis got a lot of their ideas on how to treat the Jews from. But that's besides the point. So, I wanted to figure out where this, specimen's mentality was coming from. And I figured it out. So, continue without disabling. No thanks. So she's not actually talking about the Nazis as they existed in Nazi Germany. She's talking about the LARPer dipshits that wish they were Nazis. Well, they are Nazis. They're just modern and don't have the same political backing, and they have to euphemize a lot of their speech, and they probably trade underwear with one another. Sirs, I'm sorry, where's Indiana Jones punching these Nazis? It is completely viable to punch Nazis, and here's an example of why. So, apparently, there were neo-Nazis who gathered near the State House in Augusta. This, I believe, is what she's referring to. So, 25 of them held a demonstration at the Capitol, and Augusta police were made aware of the situation. There was no actual damage to property at this point. And then House Speaker Rachel Tabat responded to it saying, I can't say strongly enough, there needs to be zero tolerance for white nationalist groups' behavior or intimidation. The events that transpired yesterday are an ongoing escalation by a group that is seemingly emboldened, and we must call out their abhorrent beliefs and actions. As Speaker of the House, I will be relentless in driving a campaign against this racist behavior that has no place in Maine. Maine, not Massachusetts, sorry. So, The very first bit of response to this, because the clipping of this makes it seem like she's talking about the Nazis as in the Nazis in Germany. If I'm correct, she's talking about a neo-Nazi group in America, which is a little bit different, but still concerning. You see, if she's talking about the Nazis, the German Nazis from the 40s, then it's very, very concerning because, holy shit, why are you holding office? If she's talking about the neo-Nazis, then it's disturbing for a different reason. Because what we should be asking ourselves is not, should anybody be able to say anything they want for any reason? This is America. You already can. Your free speech is protected. That is a thing that you have for being in America. What we need to ask ourselves is, why do these people want to say those things specifically? So there's this smoke and mirrors thing that happens with Nazis, and in this case, I feel perfectly validated in calling them Nazis, because that's what they are. They call themselves that. They are perfectly fine taking on the label of Nazis. They always move the conversation into, but I should be allowed to say it. And we always fall for the bait on definitions of free speech and shit like that, instead of having the conversation that really does need to happen in those situations, which is, what are they trying to communicate, and why? Why do you want to communicate Nazi ideology? Why is an argument for the annihilation of Jews, for the eugenics, for the camps, for the lock and goose step procedures, night of long knife ship? Why is that the thing that we don't talk about? Because, and correct me if I'm wrong, how many of you in chat have had a conversation with somebody who's either a Nazi or is close enough to the ideology that you'd be willing to assign the label, or just somebody who's an extremist, and they always bait you into the conversation about whether or not they should be allowed to say the thing they're saying? Which, if you live in America, you might start having conversations about free speech, you might start having conversations about what is incitement, what is hate speech, and all of that is a trap. All of that is a fucking trap. It is a trap to move away from the actual conversation that they are having. Because the conversation they're having is, again, one about eugenics, one about annihilation of people, one about totalitarian fascistic control, or at least that those things are good, one about racial supremacy. We tend to not confront them on those things because they tend to be very good at moving us away from that conversation and into the conversation about whether they should be allowed to say the things. Stop having the conversation about whether they should be allowed to say the things, because when you have only that conversation, this is the response you get from this is the response you will get from your legislature.
Let's talk about the Nazis. I would like to know, although I'm not posing a question through the chair, I would like to know what they did that was illegal. I would like to know what they did, in detail if folks would like to share, that was wrong, that infringed on another person's right.
So, this is the end result of them trying to argue the free speech angle only. Because when they argue the free speech angle only, you'll end up flubbing on whose rights were infringed. Because we can talk about the esoteric conversation about how if racism is allowed in an area, then people who the racism is targeted to will tend to not speak as much, and then it will cause people who are already racist to be emboldened because the races who are being talked about are not advocating back for themselves. We can have that conversation. We can have the conversation about the paradox of tolerance. But realistically, what's happening here is they've successfully moved the conversation so far away from their own rhetoric that we end up talking about whether they're allowed to have that opinion. No, duh, you're allowed to have a wrong opinion. No, duh, you're allowed to say wrong things. The question you need to press on these kinds of people is not whether or not they should be allowed it. The question you need to press on them is, what do they want? What is their ideal end goal? What is their ideal end goal? If somebody is truly racist, their ideal end goal is usually going to be segregation or persecution in some way, shape, and form of the race they do not like. Not truly racist, but if somebody is like racial supremacist, specifically. You can be truly racist on minute issues. So, you need to ask that person, what happens? What happens when your worldview is carried out to the nines? What happens when your worldview is allowed to perpetuate? Would you be okay if your child were to marry a Jewish person or a black person? When you start pressing them on those things, and you start exposing their bigotries on that end, you end up doing more to move the conversation away from whether or not they're allowed to have the opinion. And the reason I say this is there is a reason why right-wing extremists on the internet have the saying, you just call anybody you disagree with a Nazi. If you're going to call somebody a Nazi, press them on the beliefs that they have and expose them as a Nazi. Expose them as somebody that has those beliefs. Expose them as an extremist. When you expose them as that, you can challenge them on those individual things. If you just try to have the easy and broad conversation of whether or not they should be allowed to say the things, at least in America, you're always going to lose that conversation. Because even people who agree that everything they say is abhorrent are going to come to the defense that they should be allowed to say the things that they're saying. Even though everything they're saying is wrong. Even though everything they're saying has a negative effect on the world. Expose somebody as the bigot they are, and then tackle the individual bigotries, debunk the individual bigotries. Trying to have the broad and easy conversation is harder than having the individualized conversations on the individual beliefs and showing why the individual beliefs are wrong. Why are eugenics wrong? Because human beings are not tools for the purpose of creating a specialized race of people for doing certain things. Even if that thing is, quote, general improvement of the species. Why is anti-Semitism wrong? Because like any bigotry based on a belief structure, somebody's religious belief does not paint the entirety of who that person is. Why is it wrong to have racial supremacy? Because we constructed the idea of a race to begin with. So trying to argue that one is supreme over another is literally towing the line of made-up bullshit we made up long ago and still can't accurately define today because there's more genetic difference within a handful of people in one race than there are between you and another supposed race. People are allowed to say whatever they like and question or not. It's whether or not they get to keep their teeth afterwards. Right. So here's the other benefit. So when you take somebody like a Richard Spencer and you expose them for who they are, the likelihood of them losing their teeth afterward actually goes up. Nikki Tanakh says, that's one thing I don't understand. If a particular speech causes demonstrable harm, then why should it be allowed? So I personally believe that if a type of speech causes demonstrable harm, it should not be allowed. However, I believe having that conversation with individual racists is a trap. Because in the current legal structure of America, they always have a legal backing on that argument. They always have a legal win on that argument. Well, I should be allowed to say that. This is America. This is the land of freedom of speech. Blah, 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 blah. So instead, I prefer to have the conversation about how they're wrong. A lot of people like to hide behind the fact that something is just an opinion of theirs, or it has no bearing on society or on the world around them. But nobody speaks things into the aether for no reason. When you say something, it is for a purpose. Whether it is to be heard or whether it is just to have noise come out, you still have to ask yourself, why that noise? Why does somebody need to hear that message? So while I agree that person should not be allowed to say certain things, we should frown upon that greatly, whether it be legally or there be such social ramifications that that person loses all ability of being employed. That is irrespective of the conversation I think we need to be having. Because unfortunately, here in the States, that conversation is an automatic lose. Instead, grab the person and go, hey, what do you think about X, Y, and Z? Here's the reasons why those things are wrong. Deconstruct their beliefs. Don't let somebody just have a, quote, opinion. If the opinion is wrong, and if that wrong opinion is harmful, then dismantle it. I think that's more important than just outright banning it. Because one of those we can effectively do, and the other one we can't. Ask yourself this: what is the actual roadmap? What is the roadmap to banning that kind of speech in America? And you'll find that that roadmap doesn't really exist, not in any effective way. But what's the roadmap to taking an individual bigot and moving them away from bigotry? Ask yourself this: if you had those beliefs before, what moved you out of it? We know that demonstrable harm is lowered when that speech is curtailed, but we aren't living in a world where we have that particular option. So let's work with the tools we do have. Let's make effective use of what we do have access to. What makes somebody change their opinions from bigoted ones to none? I'd like to believe that in a lot of situations, people hold bigoted opinions because they are ignorant. Exposure to people around them, exposure to different beliefs, exposure to different ideologies, exposure to differences in humanity tends to have a positive effect on bigots. Positive in that they tend to change. You can't stamp it out entirely. I wish we could. But you can change enough of it that the handful of bigots that have voices don't get to have large voices anymore. So Trump's response to COVID turned me from a Trump voter to a leftist. Sometimes it is a failure of leadership that changes your opinion. Sometimes it is recognizing that you are looking for confirmation bias in all the wrong ways. Sometimes it's recognizing that your beliefs are the beliefs you want to have, and you are spending more time reinforcing them than you are challenging them. But when I look at this particular video, this is the result, in my opinion, of a successful attempt from neo-Nazis in America to perpetually move the conversation of their bigotry away from the mechanics of their bigotry and towards the conversation of freedom of speech. That's my opinion anyway. If you have a differing opinion, that's what the comment section is for. But I feel like a failure to address why particular bigotries are incorrect often leads people to stay bigoted, because I am convinced that oftentimes bigotry is a result of ignorance. Now, if we're talking about the Ben Shapiros and the Nick Fuenteses and the Matt Walshes of the world, then no, their bigotry is not a result of ignorance. Their bigotry is a result of money. They have a financial incentive to maintain their bigotries. You'll never win against those people, because a win against them for most people would be changing their beliefs. You're not going to change their beliefs when their entire ideology is their money-making machine. You can, however, change the opinion of an individual who believes one of those people. If you're going to talk to a Walsh or a Shapiro or any of them, you do it in public and in a way where you can humiliate them. That's how you get the win against them. Whether that is doing a response video to them exposing their idiocy, or whether that is going to one of their campus hunting rallies where they try to find teenagers to argue with. That is how you do your win against them. But you do your win against individuals in private, when you sit down and have a conversation with them about the why. You'll never convince a Ben Shapiro about the why in private, and you will never convince a bigot about the why in public. In public, the bigot is going to hold on to their belief for as long as humanly possible. Because it makes them feel strong. It makes them feel right. It makes them feel smart. But when you do it in private, when you get them where there's nobody else watching them, it can be a lot harder for them to maintain that. At least, that's what I have found in my experience. A lot of change tends to happen internally. A lot of questioning tends to happen internally. And a lot of reinforcement tends to happen externally. So when a bigot is in a crowd of other bigots emboldening them, when you try to convince them within the crowd of bigots, the likelihood of success is very, very low. Take them away from the crowd, take them away from that bastion of reinforcement, you'll have better luck. But let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. I saw this video, and I didn't want to do a response to just it. I felt I needed to dig into the why this video even happened in the first place, and there's a lot more conversation to be had than just the woman endorsed Nazis, it's bad. That did, in fact, happen, but there's more to it than that. Hit the like button if you haven't already, subscribe if you haven't already, and as always, everyone, insert end of video tagline here. I said Suris is back, and I'm hoping that... So I could tell when I was doing content before it felt wrong. Something felt off. I am hoping things don't feel as off right now as they have in the last few weeks. Ah. If Fuentes has underlings that would get them and him long knived by their fellow Nazis. Yep. There's basically why I felt uncomfortable. I was delivering them to a nursery. There's no question as to what they would be used for. Ah. Morbid Palace says, I hope you feel better. You worried me. I'm trying. Munching down some chicken real quick, and I'm going to get a refill on my drink, and then I'll be right back. Enjoy my 3D printer actually being successful while I'm gone.
All right, I am back and I have a drink. Ugh.
I agree with that pagan apostate. I have a friend who is intersex and has had a corrective surgery done on them, and not pleasant. Carlos Ruiz, thank you very much for the $5 US. Suris, I just delivered circumcision trays to a nursery as part of my job at a hospital. I wondered if that made me a bad person. What should I do? I am not concerned with whether or not you are an individually bad person. I do not think that concept works very well. We use it as a shorthand. There are people that I think are bad people, yes. There are people who I think are good people to a degree. But whether or not you're an individually bad person is not my concern. What else are you doing with your life? What else are you doing to enrich the lives of others? That matters more to me than if you did something that you felt icky about at your job. There's all kinds of stuff people have had to do at their jobs that they have felt icky or wrong about. You exist in a system right now that perpetuates the need to do those things to survive. I don't think that makes you an individually bad or good person. I think there's more to it than that. And maybe I'm wrong in that assessment. I appreciate the $5 US, Carlos. But do I think that makes you a bad person? I don't have enough information to make that assessment. Doing that one thing that society accepts right now as normal? No. Oh, that is perfect stuff. Nitro's thing about the 10 bits. Forgive me, Suris, for I have not sinned. I want to sin by robbing the Daily Liar's overall liquid assets. Want to help me? For legal reasons, my lawyer has told me that I cannot. I mean, that I do not want to. Let me clean up the vertices then. But he's already perfect. Why would you clean up perfection? Fine. Did you guys hear that pop? Because I felt it. Thank you for the hydrate, Jassa. And the hydrate. I thought the pop was me. Nope, my neck. Carlos says, I suppose I got my job as a way to do good, so there's there being something like this is morally questionable sort of undermines my self-image. So, like, let's say somebody decides to take a job as a police officer. Because in their minds, police do good. Whether or not that is contingent with reality, not part of the conversation right now. So they decide to be a police officer. And then they find that during the line of duty, they are asked to do things that they deem immoral. that is a greater concern to a larger degree than the circumcision tray, to me. Like, that question has far more variables, and people's lives are affected in a far greater way in that job scenario than in the one that you're describing. I wouldn't put too much weight on yourself for the one that you're describing to me. Because in the grand scheme of things, the harm that you may or may not have caused through that job is minuscule. It's like if somebody decides to play Hogwarts Legacy. If somebody decides that they want to play Hogwarts Legacy because they grew up with Harry Potter, and so they buy that game, how much overall harm did they do in the world? I would argue not really all that much. It takes a fuck ton of people, and J.K. Rowling already has her money and influence. It doesn't change much. The little bit of money, like the few pennies that come in from an individual transaction involving that game. But we have a Puritan problem on the left. We do. Indisputably, we have a Puritan problem on the left, where people want you to be a perfect representative of their ideology. And when you fall short of that in any way, shape, or form, they'll call you out on it. And usually they'll do it in such a way. They'll do it in a way where they will say, oh, you as a person are a bad person because you did this thing. Because not doing this thing would have just been the bare minimum. But the problem is, when there are 1,000,000,005 things that are considered the bare minimum to be a good ally or a good person or anything, it is inevitable that somebody will fuck up somewhere. And you have to ask yourself, as an advocate for the rights of people, are you doing more harm than good by being a Puritan and gatekeeping allyship as hard as you are behind what are effectively arbitrary things? If they are so small, that they should be easy to handle, then they are also so small as to have no effect on the real world around you. It is a way for people to feel as if they are having an effect on the world, as opposed to actually engaging with the world around them and trying to change it. And trying to fix it. I have said it before, and I will say it again. If you want to fix the world around you, you can go to your local legislature and you can talk to them about it. You can talk to the people who actually do write the rules for our society and try to get those things changed. And if you don't believe me, I have pictures to prove you can. They're on Twitter. It's of me in a suit. You can do that. You can recognize a problem in the world around you and actively go and try to improve it in some way, shape, or form. You will affect the world around you more doing stuff like that. And I'm not saying that I did. I'm saying that if more of us did that, it would have more of an effect on the world than the slacktivism that we do sitting in our chairs on Twitter. Arguing with people on Twitter doesn't change the world around you. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't help anything. It makes you individually feel better about yourself. It makes you feel more morally pure, more morally correct. But that is not in and of itself a way to fix things around you that are broken. But I don't know, that's my 2 cents on that. 100 people watching this stream, all showing up to their local legislature, would be overwhelming to them. Are you saying that clicking a petition on change.org is not enough? No, it's not. I will say...
Remember, your anger can always end up in the form of harassing your elected officials.
It can. So... hitting a petition on change.org is not enough. If you are an individual who has the ability, this is all predicated on having the ability. If you have the ability to go and speak out on something, talk about something, use your spoons towards something, then I would say that would be what is expected. If you feel like you can't, then do what you can do. And the most minimumist thing you can do is vote. That is the bare minimum. You can do that. I can say from experience, going down to your local legislature is stressful. I did it when HB 1170 was coming up, and I've done not it, but a similar thing when Marcus Flowers was doing their tour against Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I went down to Marcus Flowers' office to talk to him about his strategy, what he was planning on doing, how he was planning on managing everything, and what things he was going to do if he got his chair as representative in Georgia. All the information on how to do all of that is publicly available, and if you've got the lungs, and if you've got the ability, you can do those things. And even that, I would say, is not enough. Because it's not enough unless all of us are doing as good as we can. And arguing on Twitter is not as good as you can. Said it doesn't feel like voting helps sometimes. Right, but it is the bare minimum. It is one drop in a bucket. You don't have to be the ocean, but it takes a lot of drops in that bucket to make the ocean a thing. It is, in fact, not enough, but all of that enough doesn't have to come from you. All of that enough can come from multiple people. Remember, safe blue districts are only safe blue districts because people have voted them into being safe blue districts. Georgia was a safe red district until it wasn't. So. Oh, I try my best to separate art from artists too, but it doesn't stop me from wishing that J.K. Rowling would step on a Lego. Yeah, vote in the small local stuff, and if you forget to vote in the small local stuff, don't beat yourself up about it. Vote when you can, but the information on when you should be voting is sometimes not as easy to find as it should be. It's not sent to you in an email, it's not sent to you in your mailbox. It's something you have to keep up with, and if you fail to keep up with it at some point, that's fine. Don't beat yourself up for that. That said. Oh, real quick, is the Discord link working? Hold on. Let me double check, because I saw somebody use it, and I want to make sure that that link is working. Might not be. Okay, it is working. Good shit. Alrighty. So guys, we get to talk about Tennessee now. Do you Do you want to talk about Tennessee and the terrible things Tennessee is doing? I don't. But we're going to do it anyway, because apparently Tennessee has just passed a bill where if a parent is religiously opposed to LGBTQ people, they're apparently allowed to adopt a kid who is known to be LGBTQ. That's certainly not going to have any problems. That's not going to cause any issues at all in any way, shape, or form. That could not possibly go wrong. But I guess we will be talking about that today. But first, we have to get into the fan art section, and I'm using the term fan art very, very well. The joke writes itself, because apparently this is Slay Queen Suris. And I want to die. And a Nubian has made me want to die. Why do you do this, Anubian? I'm going to now cover up the mistakes of the collective internet with more 3D printing. And we're just going to move away from that now. So bye. But I do have to move this back here because this information is, like most trans legislation in America, this is coming from Aaron Reed, who does an excellent, a fantabulous job at covering all of this madness when it happens. So, from Aaron Reed, in a horrific move, Tennessee has passed a bill allowing parents who are religiously or morally opposed to LGBTQ+ people to adopt LGBTQ+ kids. This could result in anti-LGBTQ+ foster parents putting LGBTQ+ kids through conversion therapy. I cover the bill here, which protects religious moral beliefs from being considered not in the best interest of the kids. You can read my article in here to subscribe to the work, but here is the part of the bill that she's talking about here. It says in the bill, the chapter is known and may be cited as the Tennessee Foster and Adoptive Parent Protection Act. The Department of Children's Services shall not require a current or prospective adoptive parent to affirm, accept... Huh. Well, that started happening. All right, let's just fix that real quick. Huh. Interesting. It's always on that part. Fucks up a little bit. Yeah, the printer is having a time. Let's just... that. And that. And... Alright, let's try that again. Printer is having a time. It melted one little part of that, and that was it. Yep, 3D printer just went burr. Rogue printer. Anyway, sorry about that, everybody. Printer went rogue. There we go. Why is that line still there? Ah. The printer has become a sentient, shitty AI. Anyway, printer said, fuck you and fuck Tennessee. Yeah, no, talking about Tennessee was enough for the printer to go, nope. All right, now that I'm no longer distracted by my printer deciding that it is time to die, the chapter is known and may be cited as the Tennessee Foster and Adoptive Parent Protection Act. The Department of Children's Services shall not require a current or prospective adoptive foster parent, known as a parent for the rest of the document, to affirm, accept, or support any government policy regarding sexual orientation or gender identity that conflicts with the parent's sincerely held religious or moral beliefs. So they shall not require the parent to affirm or accept the kid in any way. Like, okay, if you're a religious parent who's against the gays, why do you want to adopt a gay kid? Unless it's just to conversion therapy the kid. Like, this is just a way to do the legalized child abuse thing. The department shall not deny a parent's eligibility to foster or adopt based in whole or in part upon the parent's sincerely held religious or moral beliefs regarding sexual orientation or gender identity. No, I feel like if a parent is not okay with their kid being gay or trans, they probably shouldn't be able to adopt in the first place. And I'm willing to die on that hill. My reasoning is, you never know when you have a kid whether or not they are going to be gay, whether or not they are going to identify as the gender that they're assigned at birth. You have no idea if that's going to be the case 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now. So if you go in to the adoption system, which is already rife with abuse, if you go into the adoption system going, hey, I'm just gonna grab a kid, and if they come out in a way I don't like, fuck them. That's like saying if a parent is racist against black people, we should specifically allow them to raise a black kid. I feel as though you might not be helping that kid in any way, shape, or form. Says the department shall not establish or enforce a standard, rule, or policy that precludes consideration of a parent for a placement based in whole or in part upon the parent's sincerely held beliefs or moral beliefs regarding sexual orientation or gender identity. Such beliefs do not create a presumption that any particular placement is contrary to the best interests of the child. No, it actually does. If the parent is a bigot and the child ends up in the spectrum of bigotry that the parent has, that's going to have a negative impact on the child. Ask me how I know. Ask me how I know. Boy, howdy, it's almost like I have a bunch of friends who have parents that are willing to abandon them because of their religious beliefs. It's almost as if I am currently dealing with a parent who is going to abandon their kid because their kid won't come to church and get indoctrinated. It's almost as if this is a recurring problem in my fucking life. And I don't get to have my house be an open place forever because of it. Yeah, it's... Again, ask me how I know. Kind of like we might not want a kid to be gay or bi. I don't want my boys to be for safety reasons, but would still accept them if they were. But, like, we should just be constructing a world that is safer for them. Enshin, thank you for the follow. Aaron then notes that the potential for abuse here is dire, which I agree with. Said, furthermore, this could particularly be harmful for LGBTQ plus youth in the foster care system. Studies show that 30% of foster youth are LGBTQ+, and 5% are transgender. Many are there because of family rejection or abuse of their identity. Yeah, again, it's almost as if a group of people who are already disenfranchised should not be thrown into a environment where they will be further disenfranchised. Ha. Raspberry Daz in the chat says, I will never get over the lady I know adopting 2 foster kids and going around and putting one of the kids back into the foster care system because it was too difficult. Jesus. LGBTQ plus youth are more likely to have a history with conversion therapy. Placement with new families that subject them to the same practices could have a disastrous outcome. LGBTQ plus youth subjected to conversion therapy are 2.5 times more likely to do suicide. Aaron Reed then points out that Representative Justin Jones critiqued the bill, stating, I find it interesting that the whole word moral is in the bill, because the bill is immoral. Can you explain the logic of placing a child where they are told their identity is wrong? You know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at that.
This bill...
Let's go ahead and raise the volume up just a little bit. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop.
It's called the Tennessee Foster and Adoptive Parent Protection Act. It doesn't say the Child Protection Act. And nowhere in the script that they prepared for you did you answer the question to say, how can a child be protected and feel validated and flourish in an environment where they may be put in a home that says that because they are LGBTQ+, that they are wrong, that they are mistaken, that they are sinful, or whatever language you want to use. I mean, it's not logical. And so, did they give you notes on that? Can you explain an example where a child goes into this environment and can flourish? I'm struggling to see that.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This bill clearly says that they would not go into those homes if they had religious beliefs or moral beliefs, and that's why other states are shutting out foster parents that will not accept those children because of moral beliefs and their religious beliefs. So this is to protect as well as the child, the foster parents, and the adoptive parents.
But protect them from what? A kid being gay? Why does a parent need protection from their gay child? What does the parent being gay do anything? Or what does the child being gay change about the relationship with the parent?
Because all of them should have the same. If they refuse, there are a couple of states already will not let them have another child.
They shouldn't, because even if the child that they adopt is, quote, straight, there's no guarantee they will be when they're 13, 14, 15 years old and their body is doing the thing where it goes, hey, bitch, this is what you're attracted to. Yeah, no, that's a perfectly reasonable thing. If if a parent is bigoted towards a potential outcome of their child, then maybe they shouldn't be having the child.
Representative Jones.
I'm reading the legislation, Representative Littleton. It says that the department cannot create policies requiring a current or prospective adoptive or foster parent to affirm, accept, or support any government policy regarding sexual orientation or gender identity that conflicts with the parent's sincerely held religious beliefs. Nothing in this is saying that children will be protected, Representative Littleton. I don't know who wrote this bill. I don't know if you didn't write it, so you don't know what's in the bill. But this bill that I'm reading before me right here says that children can be placed in environments that are hostile to them, that they are not affirmed, that they're not welcome, that they're not treated with dignity because of who they love or how they identify with, and that is immoral. And so this bill is not about the best interests of the young people, of the children, of the teens, whoever's being put into these situations. This is just trying to legislate discrimination and putting our children into hostile environments that we should be ashamed of. And so can you explain a case, an example of a parent who was denied adopting a child here in this state because they did not accept them for being LGBTQ? Can you give us an example in your district or in this state that may merit this legislation, a real-life example of somebody perhaps who reached out to you about this?
You're saying right the opposite. This says that they don't have to accept them.
Yeah, yes, the legislation says they don't have to accept them. Yes, that's what's written there. What does that change about what he said?
Representative Jones.
Thank you. So again, my question was, can you give an example? And we cannot. Because this legislature has done everything they can to bully LGBTQ children and teens, and it is wrong. We are adults here bullying children and putting them in environments where they're not safe. When we leave here, colleagues, we should be ashamed that we're letting these things go through. This is a bill that is a solution in search of a problem. This is a bill about legislating hate. This is a bill about using religion, the white sheet, whatever you want to call it, cloaking it over discrimination, over children. And that is who we should be concerned with protecting every day in this body.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question's been called. There's objection. We're on the board.
And she's just not... there's nothing she's got there, but we, of course, know that it eventually passes. I'm curious what the comments are in here.
All those in favor of previous question, vote aye.
I guess this is how hate and bigotry are codified into law. Yeah, this is how they get codified into law. Protect as well as the child, the foster parents, and adoptive parents. There's only one victim here. You know, as the foster parent, I'm sorry, but if the child comes out as gay, you're not a fucking victim. There are things where a foster parent can be the victim of a child. I will die on that hill too. There are things that a child can do that a foster parent can be a victim of. The child could engage in violence, for instance. That would be a thing where a victim is made who is not the child, right? This is not that. This is a kid being gay. This is a kid being gay. That's it. There's no victim when somebody is gay. There's no victim at all. Your kid is just gay. You're not having to deal with their prospective partners. You're an adoptive foster parent. You are as valid as any other parent, and so you should be subject to the same rules as those parents. And no parent should be disappointed if their kid comes out being gay. I remember there was a person who used to be a friend of mine, a right-winger who was part of my D&D group. And we used to have a lot of conversations about politics and about policy and about the world around us. And I remember having the conversation with him about what would you do if your child turned out to be gay. And his exact words, immediate, no hesitation, were, I would feel like a failure. I would feel like I failed them. And everybody in our D&D group just kind of stopped and stared at him for a sec. We had to try to figure out how. But I can tell you from having that conversation with a real person in the real world, that is not an uncommon belief here in the state of Georgia. There are parents that feel that if their child turns out to be gay, which they have no control over, they feel that that means that they have failed their child. I still wonder how things are going to go for those kids, because I'm no longer friends with this person anymore. Feels bad, because I attended his kids' birthday parties. All of us did. We all were there for those. But I am no longer as involved with that family, because none of us are. All of us have been disowned in that particular conversation due to bigotry. So seeing stuff like this hurts, because I've had personal experiences with parents who would agree with the passing of this and would also agree that it's not okay for their kid to be gay. I've gone to work and had a manager who had this belief. And it's hard to challenge your manager on this kind of stuff since they control your job. It's a frustrating scenario. It's a frustrating set of circumstances. But it is more common than you'd think, where a parent has shown that they are not good enough for their kid. And this is one of those. Every single person who voted yes on this bill, I will die on the hill that they are an unfit person to be a parent. Because they are willing to let their bigotry have more of an important influence in their life than the well-being of their kid. Any kid. But let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. And who knows? Maybe this 3D print won't fail this time. I want to hit the end of the record button, but my Stream Deck just turned off again. There we go! Insert end of video tagline here. My imagined evil is more important than my child, basically. Kind of mentality is a lot less violent than my grandparents. They'd attempt to discipline me if I was a young minor. As an adult, they know I'll snap their arm off should they attempt to lay a hand on me. Jesus. Said that printer is freaky fast. It is fast for a 3D printer. Said it is possible to learn and grow, though? Yeah, it is possible to learn and grow into a parent who is worthy of their children. But at the time of writing, they would not be. So there's check DMs. I have downloaded the thing. All right. Let me go. 3D print cam goes down. All right. We have a slime Suris here. I'm guessing those are there to reinforce the attachment point for the tail. There's a lot of weird artifacting. Oh well. Should work. Should scale. Let's scale it. That's because of the remesher? Oh? Out of curiosity, the one that you sent me, the first one, what would happen if we were to try to just print that one as it is? No cleanup, no nothing. Like, I'm sure some issue would happen, but I'm curious still. Alright, and then we would need... The gems and parts of the ears would just not exist. Oh, weird. Why is my Stream Deck fucking up so much? What the hell? Auto supports. Well, we'll see how it prints out. All right, let's slice. Let's give it a raft. Actually, stuff. Question. How hard would it be to put a stand on this? Like in an amiibo style stand? With the support, it looks like the slime is not a bunch of pebbles. It does. There's a part of me that kind of wants to keep that. Let me see here. Can 3D printers detect smooth surfaces? No, a 3D printer only sees individual 2D layers. It sees 1,000 2D layers, sliced like so. This is what the 3D printer sees. A bunch of layers. How's it going, Superstar Earth? You know what? Let's see here. I should have something that will work. Suris kit bashing live? Yeah, basically. Alright, so now I need to cut. We need to cut here, right? Good enough. And then this would need to move. Supports, clear supports. Good to see you live. Hope things are going well. How's it going, the Firefishy? Are these going to be available as merch? No, these are just free. These, like, Stuff made this. You can print this out yourself or send it to, like, an Etsy shop to print. I'm not doing this as merch. All right. Download link is going to be in Discord. Estimated print time 27 minutes. Interesting. We'll be able to do a test print of this during the stream. Ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-dun dun dun down diddle down dun dun. Anyway, who's ready for topics to be done and for us to begin some N64 shenanigans? Just some hanging out playing video game stuff. I think it's about time for that. I think it's about time for that. All right, volume mixer. Do 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 do. All right. Where is... Hold on. I need... Not restream. What am I doing? It is... Alexis Dragon, thank you for the follow, and Zakat Cock Eater, thank you very much for the follow. You doing Cheeto? I will grab Cheeto stuff. Whether or not I use it is... I guess we'll find out. Alright, slime drop. Reprint can, media share. Alright, media share. Media share is online for those who wish to torture me. And now I just need to go to Twitch and tell it that we are playing... Banjo Kazooie. Because we are. Fuck it. Let's get back to some... fun stuff. Options. Graphics plugin. Actually, no, that's not the one I need. There we go. Can I come a little closer to the camera? Me? Or the print? Oh, there, I came closer. Now I'm further away. Got your nose? Fuck off! Jesus Christ. How are you doing, Wing Wong?
Ding pong, by the bench. Who is the nicest looking wench? Stu, I'm rather proud. My looks make me stand out from the crowd.
PK games are some of the few games I've loved. But there's this girl.
What do you mean this cannot be? There's no one prettier than me.
Why, it's Tootie, young and small. She's a child. This is not wrong. To me, apparently. I am a cauldron. Unfortunately, you are about to be tracked by the FBI.
Well, we'll see about that. I forgot to put a rhyme at the end of this one. I'm a twat.
This is Banjo Kazooie.
Hi there, Tootie. What are you going to do today? When my big lazy brother wakes up, we're going on an adventure.
I think you're gonna find out that the adventure is the friends you lost along the way.
Wake up!
I can't do a good Kazooie voice.
Wake up!
Do I make Kazooie scratchy? Like, nah.
If 2D thinks she's fairer than me, I'll steal her looks! Fuck the FBI! Is that your brother? Where, Mr. Mole? I can't see him! Up there, in the sky! I don't think so. She's kind of fat. Come to me, my little pretty. You'll soon be ugly. What a pity! Don't scratch and bite, my little bear. You'll soon need bigger underwear. Oh no, she's got her. Somebody help! Banjo, wake up now!
Oh. Oh. What do you want, Kazooie?
Let's go outside! There's trouble!
Bam, bam, ba da ba bam, 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 ba bam, 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 ba bam, 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 ba bam, 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 bam.
Listen up! I am Bottles, the short-sighted mole.
I'm Banjo, and this here's my buddy Kazooie. I do things to her in bed.
Sure is a strange-looking buddy, Banjo. Can it talk? Better than you can, Goggle Boy!
God, they speak quickly. I can't do all the voices.
The ugly witch Gruntilda swooped down out of the sky and grabbed her.
Calm down, Geeky. We'll get her back. Where did she go?
She flew up to her mountain lair. It's the big face there. You see it? I hope you can see it. I'm gonna have to get you to get your brain scanned if you can't fucking see it.
All right. Search for Mickey Mouse is terrifyingly good. Well, thank you. Said Cloud's one of the most left field characters next to Sora. I mean, considering that we've got Kingdom Hearts games on Nintendo consoles, I don't think so. I mean, for Sora, at least. Can you dodge roll? No. You can just roll. Said Sora's a licensing hell pit. I actually didn't consider that Sora would be a licensing hell pit.
Fun, sticky, tasty honey energy.
I like how everything in this game is anthropomorphized. Yeah. This is making you want a new Banjo Kazooie game. I concur. Like, I know ukulele is as close as we're gonna get to a new one, but I didn't like ukulele. Excuse me. A Hat in Time is A Hat in Time was amazing. A Hat in Time was amazing. I adored that game.
So, you're ready to tackle the witch now.
We sure are. Show us the way, bottle boy.
Cross the bridge to enter Gruntilda's lair. Look out for me inside. I have an entire mold network inside there. Don't ask how.
Getting them both. Wait, Banjo and Kazooie are IPs? No, they're not. It's the same IP. What? Banjo isn't IP separated from Kazooie.
Hey, it's me, Mr. Dicky. Now go and put a picture something.
I can't keep thinking of original voices for these fuckers. I mean, Sylvie, Grant Kirkhope did the music for Banjo Kazooie and Donkey Kong 64, so. Rare made both games, and Grant Kirkhope did the music for both of them. Nubian says, I refuse to believe that was you.
I refuse to believe that was you. I refuse.
You refuse to believe it, but it's 100% true.
That was such an easy fit. The others may just test your wit.
I want to commission that particular voice, Suris. I don't know how, but I want to. I mean, Tales of Atonement has commissioned my voice. I am a note, one of 100 on each level. Sorry.
I'm a note. More than 100 are in each level. I am one of them. Collect all of me.
Anubian, don't fake cry. If so no actor can fake cry convincingly. You don't fake cry. You real cry. Like, think of somebody being incredibly transphobic to Red Joker, and you can't do anything about it, and all you can do is watch. Doesn't that piss you off? Doesn't that make you sad? Doesn't that hurt? Good. Now grab that emotion, and that's how you, quote, fake cry. It makes me mad, but I can't cry. Then stub your toe. So, but you can't cry physically? Impossible. If you have tear ducts, you can cry. I have been told by people they could not physically cry, and then I witnessed situations where they could cry. You said you can with tremendous difficulty, then you can. You have a higher barrier to entry for crying, but you can. How's it going, Kroll? Is this Kroll as in friend of mine Kroll? IRL friend of mine specifically? Or different Kroll? One time when I asked voice acting and tried to make a blood-curdling scream, I just punched myself in the stomach mid-take. I would not recommend this method. I would. My eyes can drink the tears of others. Yes? Okay, cool. Hi. This is Banjo Kazooie. Let me murder the Jiggy? Why? Why do you want to murder the Jiggy? Like, Axo, what has the Jiggy done to you that requires its murder? God, Nintendo 64 game cameras were so finicky. Jiggy killed my grandma? No, he didn't. He did not. Did you miss that janky camera? I don't. I like when my cameras function. Sylvie says, let me be nostalgic about broken, dated controls. It's all I have left of my youth. No. If the control's broken and dated, we can fix it. We have the technology. Look, Banjo Kazooie is one of my favorite games, but I will never advocate for its control scheme. Or its camera scheme. In Soviet Russia, dung eat you. In Soviet Russia, shit eat you. He has stolen an orange. You only played for a little while, but you ended up defaulting to Perfect Dark and Star Fox 64. To be fair, Star Fox 64 is like damn near a perfect game. So the 64 controller requires 3 hands to play? No, it doesn't. The only people who say that are people who didn't actually play with a Nintendo 64 controller. Like, that controller feels perfectly fine in the hand. So Star Fox 64 is goated. I could agree with that. Also, Krull, I have all of your stuff printed and ready to go. I did end up running out of filament, so I bought an extra spool of filament for the last pieces. But it is all printed and done. In fact, it is all right there. Hold on. All you've got to do is put them in a box. And I got your dice container. I wish Star Fox 64 had co-op. Co-op on that game would have been great. You missed that game, then play it again. Done it in N64? Emulate. Do you have a phone, Sylvie? Android emulation works really well on phone. DS emulation is harder than N64 emulation, Sylvie. So the DS is harder to emulate than a PlayStation 1 or an N64 because it has much more complicated hardware. But it is not difficult to emulate N64 on Android. Okay, so the DS has a 3D engine. I'm eating tails, sorry. Actually, games with a lot of 2D assets tend to be harder to emulate than games that only have 3D assets. Like, Yoshi's Story is a 2D game. But it's a much harder game to emulate than Banjo Kazooie or Mario 64. Kazooie, my suggestion would be to get a Bluetooth controller from Amazon. There's good phone ones you can get that can even hold your phone. And they're like 12 bucks. They connect via Bluetooth, and they'll hold your phone in a little, like, snapping case. And then you'll be able to play those games as if you're playing them on a console dedicated to it. Would you believe me if I said I can't afford $12? I could believe you. Because there's a lot of people who can't afford $12 of stuff. There are actually several times these days where I can't afford $12 of stuff. So... that said... if you put one of those controllers on a wish list after figuring out how to emulate N64 games on Android, the internet is a weird place. Sometimes people are willing to help out with stuff like that. You never know. I'm always flabbergasted when people are willing to help me out with shit. Hey, sirs, have you done topics? I did topics already. As for what they were about, Republican legislature defending Nazis, an anti-child protection act that was passed in Tennessee, and an idiot trying to say that we shouldn't allow gay marriage. Access says, I feel like your community is less built around politics and more built about helping people at this point. You know what? If that's the case, then I am perfectly fine with that. If there is a legacy I can die on, I will die on that one. I'm okay with that. Like, politics sucks in general, but helping people is based. So we can do that. More of that. No, the intention of my channel in the beginning, and I'm not even gonna lie, I was hyperfixated with atheism, and so I talked about that and only that. Over time, when the angry atheist part of my brain subsided, the goal became reduce religious harm, and then eventually that goal just became reduce harm. If you see harm, try to reduce it. Channel evolved to a degree, yeah. You know, I'm actually cool making that be a thing that I talk about as a thing. You know what? We'll do that. I'm fine letting that be something that we talk about for a little bit. Let me lower volume here a little bit. But honestly, if I were to try to thesis my channel now, it would be harm reduction. It did begin as me going, I'm fixated on atheism. Let's talk about atheism. And people did very, very lovingly note that I was a very, very angry atheist when I started. And over time, that changed. And turned more into, how can I try to reduce religious harm? That's when I took on the anti-theist label. But then, over time, I realized that a lot of people who take on the anti-theist label, not all of them, but a lot of them, tend to actually want an erasure of religious culture from people. And the thing is, not all religion is bigotry. a lot of us have a predisposition towards religions because we've been personally harmed by them, especially people who've been harmed by Christianity. And a lot of us tend to have a super negative view only on religion because of that. And that was when I was okay taking the anti-theist label, but then I noticed that a lot of the company that would be anti-theist would end up being super bigoted in either other ways or would use the religiosity as an excuse to be bigoted. Like, let's say somebody uses the two-spirit argument in favor of trans people, and then somebody gives an argument against it that is basically the atheist, herder, the only thing that exists is the physical, that type of spiel. And you've probably seen that or heard that at least at some point, right? Where somebody who's a skeptic atheist will end up being an anti-feminist for a variety of reasons. I think that's the whole thing that happened between 2015 and 2016 with a lot of online atheism anyway. Is you end up having a lot of people who decided that they got the question about God right, and therefore they had the question on life and everything about it right as well. They figured out God not real, and because they figured out that very special and unique thing, that means that they must then be right about a variety of other things. Homo sapien says usually because they can't get laid. Sometimes the only thing that some people have is the argument on the internet. There's a quote from Matt Dillahunty that I actually really, really like, and it was one of the ones that made me have a little bit of introspection. If your only goal in doing the debate thing is to show other people how smart you are, then I don't have any use for you. And I largely agree with that quote, and having met and hung out with Matt, it's still a very worthwhile quote. Because most of what happens in online discourse can be summed down to what goal are you trying to accomplish. If your goal is to make yourself feel smart, seem smart, heal your inner child, as it were, that person who was shamed either by people on the internet or your parents or your friends, and so you are now this amalgam of all of the ways people have criticized you, and you're trying to find some way to fight against that, I guess. You're not very useful. And I'm not meaning useful to me, like you as an individual, the types of things that you will end up doing are not very useful to anyone around you or even yourself. Because when you are that jaded person, a lot of your behaviors end up being behaviors solely for the purpose of making yourself feel better, making yourself feel smart, making yourself feel like something you've done was worthwhile, whether or not it was. These are the types of people who will go onto Twitter and argue with people all day and night long. Because for a lot of them, it's all they have. They need to be right on the internet. Because if they're not, then it feels like something important has been taken away from them. They need that fight. This is why some people will die on stupid hills on the internet. Some people find that their pastime is fighting on the internet. I don't find that to be useful or helpful. It's why the ethos of my channel ended up changing from I want to be right about these things to I want to reduce harm. Because I recognize that was me as well. I didn't just like debating because it was the right thing to do. I liked debating because I liked feeling right. I liked feeling correct about things. I liked feeling like I was winning in a battle of wits. I know that. I am I'm not going to necessarily be ashamed about that because I recognize that's a thing that happens with a lot of people. We get that feeling of being right. We want to hold on to it. We love that feeling of self-righteousness that comes with that. And then we explore that and we try to push to have that happen more often for ourselves. It's not healthy. It's actually the type of thing that can cause people to lose relationships. Ask yourself this. Have you ever been in a relationship where you feel like you've spent a lot of time trying to argue that you're right about a thing? About topics that didn't really matter? About things that weren't really important? And was dying on the hill that you were correct? So important that your partner got mad at you? And did this happen often enough that maybe you started more fights because of your need to be right? You couldn't let little situations that weren't important lie? So this is why I say that people like that on the internet, that have to have the last word in the argument, that have to be right even when they're wrong. I don't think they're going to end up having very happy lives going forward, because that type of person is the same type of person who, in an otherwise loving relationship, will push their partner away from them because of their desperate need to fight. They only feel validated when they are in the middle of an argument and fighting and on the winning side. And you've probably been with somebody who had this mentality before, right? You've probably been around somebody who seemed like they were more interested in the conflict in any given situation than anything else. This is the type of person who eternally plays devil's advocate. They live for the argument. I don't care for those kinds of people that much anymore. Because while they can be fun sparring partners for debate stuff, if every single interaction you have with somebody is a conflict of some sort, that's going to eventually wear you down. That's going to eventually create an unhealthy environment of communication between you and that person. Eventually, you're going to hit a point where you ask yourself, is it worth it when every moment I spend with this person is some brand of conflict? And if your insecurity is hitting you that hard because of that conflict that is constantly happening, or their insecurity is happening that much because they need that conflict, they need to be right all the time, eventually you're going to stop wanting to spend time with that person. My problem is I was that person. And I know, to a degree, I still am that person. A lot of times I will pick fights just for the sake of having the fight. I'll do it on the internet a lot. I don't like that I do. I don't like when it happens, but I recognize that it does. It's a flaw of mine I haven't quite figured out how to manage completely. It's why I don't argue on Twitter as much as I used to. Shannon Q actually had a really great point in regards to stuff like this. She's been an advocate for goal-oriented thinking. And I don't remember if it was me watching a video of hers or if it was a conversation I was having with her. It was one of the two. But I remember her saying, whenever you go into a situation, ask yourself, what are you trying to get out of it? What goal are you reaching for? Because if you're not reaching for a goal, if you're not trying to get something out of that conversation, of that interaction, of that fight, if you're not doing that, and all you're doing is just entering that conflict over and over and over and over again, you're going to find yourself in a lot more negative situations than positive ones. Because you're going around aimlessly, you're starting conflicts for no good reason, and when you're in those conflicts, you don't even know what it means to win. You don't know what it means to win in one of those conflicts. Because if you don't know what your goal is in any conversation, what's your win state? What does it mean to win? Is winning keeping your relationship? Is winning keeping your friendship? Is winning being factually correct on something? Are you being factually correct on something in such a way that you're creating a blowback effect? Where the person you're talking to who otherwise might have listened to your point of view that might have been correct doesn't want to listen to you because the way you're presenting yourself is as an asshole? Are you the type of person that doesn't care what people think about you at all? So much so that you're willing to hurt those around you in order to be correct? It's a good idea to try to put goals ahead of you. Figure out what your goal in a conflict is, because otherwise you will find yourself hurting more people around you. You'll find yourself abandoning more people around you. And that's one of the reasons why I changed the ethos of my channel to harm reduction. Because if it's just about being right, what am I working towards? What's the end result? What does the world look like when I'm done? Me being correct on a few things doesn't help anyone. It doesn't. But you can be correct on those things while working towards a goal. And in my case, that goal is harm reduction. It has changed to harm reduction, and it's been that way for years. It's why I tend to focus on bigots on the internet. Ways to deal with their rhetoric, ways to attack the things that they are saying, ways to defend yourself against them, ways to compartmentalize the things they're saying so they don't hurt you as much. That's way more effective than just arguing better, arguing faster, being the more writerer person on the internet. It's more important to me to make sure that people who otherwise would be in bad situations are in healthier situations, are in safer situations. Learning how to build those environments, how to identify those environments, how to identify abuse from a spouse or abuse from a religious fundamentalist. Stuff that you might have completely compartmentalized because it was normalized to you. Like, a lot of religious bigotry got normalized to me. Is it more important for me to do videos on why God not real? Or is it more important for me to do videos on God's probably not real, and the people who have an emotional investment in him being real have a tendency to harm people, and here's how you navigate that? And I don't always do a good job of doing that. In fact, I'd argue that I often do a poor job at doing that. But I feel like having that goal, having that roadmap to interaction, it does a lot more good than doing it blindly. Because like I said, when you do it blindly, you end up just fighting the same fight over and over again, not knowing what it looks like to win. Not knowing the point in time where you need to stop. Not knowing when you've engaged in so much assholetry, I guess we'll say, that even if you are correct in 15 billion different ways, nobody wants to listen to you. Nobody wants to hear you out. Nobody wants to consider what you're saying. Because considering what you're saying comes with giving the ground that somebody who's been a piece of shit to them was correct. And it's easier to convince people you're correct on something if you're not being a piece of shit to them. Because then they don't have to give that ground. And you might think to yourself, but if I'm right, that's all that matters. Not if you have a goal. Being right isn't all that matters if your goal is harm reduction, or if your goal is advocacy, or if your goal is convincing the person that you're correct. Is it more important for you to be correct, or is it more important for you to be correct and also be able to change the minds of the people around you so that they will also be more correct? If that's your goal, then changing the way you interact with people to be a more positive one instead of a more negative one is probably pertinent. So I wonder if Matt was an XO in the Navy. He goes nuclear very quickly. I think though so if I were to guess the reason why Matt goes nuclear as quickly as he does though is he's been worn thin from his show. When he was on Atheist Experience for like years he was doing it, you got to think he listened to every single type of bigotry that possibly could have been aimed at him or his loved ones as a job 24/7. Think about how I get when I'm obviously worn thin. When I can only handle 40 seconds of a quartering video before I'm just done. I'd imagine it's the same thing for him. There's only so many times you can listen to G-Man before you go, hey, I'm done with this asshole. So, like, to a degree, I can understand it. But there was a point where Matt was doing a debate where his ex-wife ended up telling him, and I remember him going on a video talking about this. He used to use the argument from ignorance fallacy, I believe. I can't remember the exact wording on it, but there was a fallacy that he would point out with his opponents a lot. And his now ex-wife, wife at the time, told him, hey, you need to stop pointing out that fallacy when you're talking with people. It's not that you're incorrect. You're right that they're engaging in the fallacy. But when you just play fallacy bingo with them, they turn their ears off. They stop listening. They stop caring about what you're saying because you're not communicating to them on their level anymore. So they take the ears off and put them in their pocket? Yeah. Eventually you get to a point where if you are engaging in a certain way, the only thing you can gain from a conflict is the backfire effect, is that negative effect. If you recognize that a technique you're doing is causing that repeatedly, the problem isn't whether or not you're correct, TM. The problem is how you're approaching conversation. I stopped doing debates because my channel's ethos became harm reduction. Because my memory issues are bad enough that I forget important points. Even if I've got them written down on paper, I'll forget to look at them and do them. Because there's oftentimes when I'm talking about a topic for a video, and I'll think of one of the points that I wanted to say, or that I needed to say, after I'm done with the video. And sometimes I can account for that in editing. You've probably seen a couple of videos where I've been like, hey, like the video that I did about the dude at the bar. Hey, there's this important piece of information to the story that I completely forgot about. Editing Suris is here to help fill in that gap real quick. The problem with the debate is you only have the one chance. You have to get it done right the first time. And there are people who can. There are people who are very good at getting that done right the first time. I am not that person, though. I am not good at getting it done right the first time. Hell, even in recorded videos, I'll often repeat the same thing over and over again until I feel like I've said it the right way. And in a debate where you've got limited time, that's just not a reliable technique for conveying information. Especially not when the person you're debating is such a flavor of bigot that making them look correct has a super negative detrimental effect on the people around you. I realized that if my goal was to stop harm, with my memory issues being what they are, there's a lot of ways in which I can just cause harm by debating. That's why I stopped. It's also why I try not to do as many arguments on the internet, just like in Twitter and shit. Said bar friend is Suris' personal G-man. This is my personal 9/11. And I kind of hate that, because there's still a part of me that likes the idea of debating, but I recognize I shouldn't. For that reason. So the cool thing about text debates is that you can Google stuff between replies, provided you remember to Google them. Yeah, but then you have to ask yourself, what's the goal of the text debate? What are you trying to accomplish? What are you trying to do? Is the goal to be right on the internet? If so, cool. Sylvie Snow says, not to take the wind out of your sails, but I wanted to bet you on why Vaporeon's not the most, but not the best Pokemon for compatibility. You're right, it's Gardevoir. It is literally Gardevoir per the lore. She is literally the empathy Pokemon. Apologies for taking the wind out of your sails, Sylvie Snow. Not where I was going, but I also can't refute that. Gardevoir is a human, like, egg group, but also amorphous. She's literally Slime Girl. But yeah, that's where I'm at with, like, channel direction stuff, and it's why a lot of that stuff, like debates and such, just haven't continued to happen on the channel, because I recognize that in my current state, and that's not going to improve. That's not going to get any better. My memory has improved in the last year, mostly because my mental health improved in the last year, not surrounding my channel, of course, but in general, my general happiness with life improved in the last year. Gee, I wonder if there's any particular reason why that happened. But even though my general outlook and happiness with life have improved greatly, there's still only so far that can go in fixing my brain. But, I don't know. So here's the fun part. Some people in the stream did not realize that I was recording this entire time. This is technically a video, and insert in the video tagline here. So the best I did was when I addressed other chatters while arguing against the transphobes. Why is my back hurting this much? Jesus Christ. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, I think. We're going to turn this back to the main thing, because it's actually working this time. Okay. Oh. A cat must have hit one of my buttons. Dice holder is almost done. 3 minutes to go. Wait a minute. Did the cat... Oh, fucking balls. Really? So, while I was gone, something must have triggered my computer's restart. It didn't fully do it, because the stream is still running. But my game is off, and nothing was saved. Oops.
Start the print so that I can Velcro this here finally. I'm gonna Velcro it right here.
Wait, why is my stream deck not working now?
Because it tried to reset. You're probably gonna have to reset your whole computer.
There we go. Nope. I have ways of fixing it. I've got a thing that's available for the Velcroing. Well, we were playing Banjo Kazooie, but I guess we're not doing that now. There's nothing that takes me out of wanting to play a game more than losing a bunch of progress on that game. So, we're just not going to be doing that. So give me a second. Let's find something else. Suris stuff thinks I'm a clone still. There's always two of me, one doesn't have free will. God damn it. Why is my chat doc wrong? Why is my activity feed wrong? Freedoming, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Let me kill this real quick. All right. You know what's a really, really underrated platformer on the N64? Just a supremely underrated gem. I will show you. Donkey Kong? No. Freedoming says, if I share an article with you, will you cover it? Depends. Okay, that one's saying wrong. Mm-hmm. Did you see the new anti-rape? That's not a new anti-rape device. That's been there for a while. Give me a second. Question for my mods. Is anyone here who's a mod able to change the game that I'm playing manually on their end? Or do I have to do it on mine? You miss this generation of high-end graphics? I do too. Let me see if I can... There's gonna be... like 2 people... There's 7 viewers for Bomberman Hero currently. This is being played by a grand total of me and 1 other person. What's people's favorite Star Fox 64 planet, and why is it Aquas? I hate Aquas. I can't remember the name of it, but the second level, if you do the alternative path in the first level of the Lilat system, where you got to fight the Gundams for the first time. I fucking love the music in this game. I adore the music in this game so much. I think it's system-wide, yeah, Sylvie. I didn't think I had a Star Fox question. I just said I liked that level because it was the first time you fought those Gundams. And I was a Gundam fan when I was a kid. And it made me adore that level. Gundams, yeah, the second level's where you first got the ability to fight the mechs, basically, in the game. Yeah, I believe it is Sector Y. Does anybody remember the Star Wars game on the N64 that began you on the Battle of Hoth, basically? Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. 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 Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Said OSTs that had no business going as hard as they did. Na-na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na-na. God, I wish they made more games like Bomberman Hero. I adored this game as a kid, and I still adore it as an adult. Bomberman doesn't really have trans colors. He's a color off. His blue needs to be a little lighter. But in fan art, anything is possible. It's blue enough for me. Do 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 do. The trans masks can have Bomberman as a treat. Do 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 do. There we go. Do 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 do. The bombs are full of HRT. Do 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 do. So there's a pill. Yeah, there's a pill form for HRT. A lot of times it's not as strong. I don't care, I'll take your entire stock. Every titty skittle. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do. Ba da 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 na 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 Fuck me, I need to learn how to change my primary care physicians. But Dare says drugs is bad. God, levels in this game are so simple. It reminds me of a simpler time. Gotta love the antihistamines. Up. There's no fall damage in this game. Wow, 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 wow. Never played this one, so it feels really weird that Bomberman can jump. That's fair. It felt weird to a lot of people at the time. It felt like a direct attempt to compete with Mario. I never felt like it was that weird, though, because this was my first Bomberman game. So, like, my introduction to Bomberman was this. Bomberman chat tested. Blaha approved. I fucked up. The T in HRT stands for titty. HRT, highly recommended titties. Issues that you can only do state insurance, not a lot of places except a variety, only just one form. Oh, of HRT? So, most, LMAO, most Bomberman games, I just caught your names, meaning shit. But most Bomberman games prior to Hero didn't actually have level layout like this. Although Bomberman 64, the original one, would have really benefited from being able to jump. Shit. I shouldn't have taken that risk. That was a doofus thing of me to do. I think I can just... press the fuck it button on the level. The character model kind of reminds me of the Moogles from Final Fantasy. A little bit. That reminds you of the what from Final Fantasy, Kupo? What you printing? Well, I was printing a dice container. And because I'm using a color-changing filament, which looks so fucking pretty. The two that have come off of the same filament spool have been these. Let's go over to here real quick. 3D print cam. These are from the same spool of filament. God, they're so pretty, though. Fuck. I love these things. I love these things a lot. Alright. So let's go ahead and go to old Flash Forge. Machine is not busy. Sending the print file failed. Hold on. Time to reboot the printer. Alright, let's go ahead and get some liquid love down on here. Alrighty. Now that we've done so, come on, printer. No machine available? Bullshit. There we go. All right. This marks test 1. What's up, Axo? Okay. Axis says, I've been in this godforsaken community for 2 years now. Realized maybe a year and a half-ish ago that I'd been groomed when I was 7 and this community was here to listen. You should be proud of what you built. Well, I will be proud of that, I suppose. All right, here we go. The community is fucking amazing, and you made it just by being here. You know what, Axo? I appreciate that, and that's very sweet. Oh, do I just do this? I am glad? Like, I'm not glad that that happened, obviously. But I'm glad that there was a community here for you. I didn't really build it with that intent, but I'm happy that it was able to serve that purpose. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Stoff, of course you couldn't see the plate at first. God, I love this game's soundtrack so much. Suris, I still can't see the plate. Yeah, you can. It's right there. I can see it. So do I want to know whose flesh is available? No. Ah! Do 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 do. Shit! God damn it! Do-do-do-do-do. Wow, Stoff, imagine not being able to see it because you were rinsing your hair. Just don't have hair. Problem solved, forehead. Just don't have hair. What? Ba da na 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 na. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You think you can afford wigs? Do 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 do. I did it. Oh, I love this level. I love the vibe of this place. God, I love this place. How do I make the thing I made look less like a bomb? What do you mean? Said, look, it's phantoms. What? Hey guys, you want to see a fucked up Geodude? Just a fucked up Geodude. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. 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 Ba-da-da-da-da-da-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. You like the pressure? You perform better under pressure? I used to think that. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. You do better hugs under pressure. Axo, did you make your backpack out of two 2-liter bottles? Grafted together with the sins of the past? God, I love the Nitros fights. They look so cool. Like, the music, the look, everything about this pleased my inner child. Also, I may have just realized I forgot to set up a PayPal pool or anything for the stuff that is needed. That's probably important. Although I also realize I do not think I can... Yeah, I know stuff. That's because I feel bad putting in the number that I would need to put in on it. Because we've been having to use credit more often lately. Because we've had to use credit more often lately, I really don't want to put in what the number is that's needed. Because I haven't... I don't think we have enough to pay taxes either. Like, we kind of screwed at the moment, and I'm not super comfy. Yep. Is Suris testing the slime Suris right now? Yep, I am. Shit! I thought it died. Ah, you fucking clown! Fuck that! Leave me alone! Ah! Fucking... This is because of the clowns! Ah! I blame the clowns. Anyway, who wants to swap to Community Fortnite? So this game was an improvement over N64? It was. I prefer this game to Bomberman 64 like a billion times over. Yes, but my Switch is dead and I probably got to update, so maybe... Okay, so Axo, what you do then... There we go. So Axo, in that case, what you do... Very simple. You plug in your Switch and you update your game. Sylvie do you accept people into physically cannot aim due to broken button? What do you mean physically cannot aim? Like... You would be there and present, but not shooting anything, basically? So updates take forever. They do, which is why you start them now. The journey of 1,000 gigabytes begins with a single download. Your left trigger on your controller doesn't work? Okay, so does that mean you cannot shoot anything because of the left trigger? Like, I have to know how combat ready would you be? I can shoot it, it'll just be all over the place? That's fine. All right. Everything is set up. Feel free to add me and then join in. Putting up now? Nice. Do 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 do. See ya, old Gus. Get some sleep or kill the Klingons. Whatever your plan is. Yeah, no, probably can't play today. Only got 2 hours right now of time I'd be able to. Okay, so you start your update now. Maybe if you have time, sir, ask for a model of a gelatinous slime dice holder. I don't know how that would even work. Unless... Hold on. Maybe you're cooking. Maybe you're cooking. Maybe you've got a point. I'm assuming Smallville is a viewer, in which case we are accepting. Nitros, thank you for the 10 bits. Zada Hagala, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. This minute, it's 1006. What? One sec. Okay. Yeah, the scatter upside down, it's over 9,000 raw. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Remind me later. Chatbot. Chat commands. Custom commands. Docky, Dono. God, do I really don't want to put this in and call it a subathon. Because I really do not want to do that. Okay. If you hit !fund, that should bring up the PayPal pool thing. This is probably an overestimation, but it is everything we need for zeroing out the credit entirely on all fronts, as well as taking care of what taxes are probably going to be. Because I'm not even gonna lie, chat. I have been terrified to even touch my taxes this year, so I have just done everything in my power not to. I know they're due in 10 days. I don't have the money to pay them, and I know that for a fact, so I have not started. No VC. Voice chat tends to drain me very, very quickly when it's with people that I don't know. So I tend to avoid it. Nitro says you might get a refund. No, I won't. I know for a fact I won't get a refund. I cannot get refunds. I am a YouTuber. We don't get refunds. We just pay. All right, I've accepted the friend request there. Surely I have the dice holder lid. Where'd I put the lid for this thing? Where the fuck? Oh, here it is. Let's move you over. Well, he kind of worked. He kind of worked. The mouth did not work at all, and the bottoms of the orbs do not work. But it's looking like we're there. We're very, very close to there. Give me a second. Okay. So let's take a look real quick before we get to Fortnite stuff. Let's take a look real quick at what we can do about this. Close preview. This is why you say you're actually not that good at modeling. It still looks like it'll work. In fact, actually, I think I know what I gotta do. Says machine is busy, but I know it's not. All right. Attempt number 2. In the meantime... All right. Wait, do I request an invite to lobby? All you have to do is send me a friend request, and then just join the lobby. Which I guess you'll have to wait until next game for. Also, I went with Aphrodite because she's the closest thing to my pink slime character as I could possibly get. Alright, let's go. How much was that skin? I didn't pay for it. I had V-Bucks from previous times that I've done the Battle Pass. So, like, I don't pay money into Fortnite. I have a Battle Pass, and whenever I complete a Battle Pass, I get enough money through the Battle Pass to pay for the next Battle Pass. It's very rare that I will actually drop any money on this game. So, like, I paid for last season's Battle Pass months ago, and it ended up paying for this Battle Pass. Maybe one day Suris will have a Fortnite sponsorship and get a Slime Girl skin. I doubt it. So not even a Lincoln Suris? Oh, like the car?
It's time to kill a furry.
Suris, why? Because he deserves it.
Hello.
Yeah, that thing's a death trap. I'm not touching it. The Discord link in the description is an invalid invite. It shouldn't be. I set it up recently. Look in the description of any recent video, maybe? See if maybe that works. How's it going, Ravi? There's some stuff there for anybody who wants it. Scroll up a bit in the meantime. Extensions don't mean you don't owe or don't pay penalties or interest, but that isn't huge, as you're buying 6 months to pay off the remainder of those. Yeah, fair. Part of it's also just being very, very terrified to pay turbo taxes, premiums. Goes, I actually mowed my front lawn this afternoon. Nice! Was that after you got home from work from dealing with kids? Oh, you're going on a spring break trip, Robbie? That's awesome. That sounds cool. God, there's some ways the wings just feel like a trap to me. So, Jacob, because I'm a YouTuber, I actually lost my privileges to TurboTax free. Anybody with a 1099 doesn't get to use the TurboTax free edition if they have to input more than one 1099. And I have to input 3. What's a 1099? So a 1099 is the tax form that you have to use if you are a contractor, basically. And as a YouTuber / Twitch streamer, I get what's called a 1099 miscellaneous. Dude's right there. Oh, it's another team. We are sandwiched between two teams. There's no real way around that. Yep, so with the W-2, which is what most people tend to get, we're going to return to lobby and get Sylvia in. With a W-2, what most people do is their taxes are deducted every single paycheck, a percentage. It's estimated out of their pay. And so that's why people tend to get money back at the end of the year, because they usually overpay. However, when you are doing your taxes, if you are under 1099, no money is taken out of your paycheck every month. Not a one. Yeah, money is not taken out of our stuff. And I feel like it would be better if we did, but we don't. In the meantime, while we wait, true, I'd go for a W-2 if I was offered. Oh, believe me, if I could get W-2 instead from Twitch and Patreon and YouTube, I would. Oh, it's making a new slime Suris token. Sylvie Snow, you need to hit ready. Let me go over to Stream Elements and swap it to the YouTube one. Right, you'll have no game audio until I select it. Oh, I have no idea where my documentation is at all. Look, my brain goes and says do, and it ignores not do's. So if it wasn't a do's, I didn't do it. I can't read, I can only do. I'm sorry I failed you, Ravi. Right, so I tend to be able to circumvent executive dysfunction by simply doing. I tend to circumvent it by just pressing the do button. I can't be stuck on not being able to do a thing if I'm already in the middle of doing it, however dysfunctionally I am. AB says, what did I just step into? Community Fortnite. Open lobbies. Friends and people in the channel get to come in, stop by, say hello, play games. There's also a fundraiser that I'm running to keep myself from drowning in debt. Which nobody has to contribute to. In fact, there's a lot of reasons that I'd be more comfortable with people not doing it. But there was a part of me that considered doing a subathon, and this feels like a healthier way to go about this type of dealio instead of doing a subathon. I feel like if I do a subathon, everything gets worse. So instead of doing that, I'm going to do not that, and do the thing where my brain gets to be safe. So nobody has to, but everybody wants to. That wants to is doing a lot of heavy lifting, I think. Here I am on a sub-anniversary just wasting away. How's it going, Blue Cat Shadow? Why not a half a subathon? How would one do a half a subathon? How do you intend on doing that thing you described? Each sub gives half the time? Means X hours added, then 1/2 hours added instead. Oh, so like literally halftime? I mean... what's the best way to do this? I could do something where it's a... not a subathon, but more of a sub-drive? Oh, shit. I forgot the game wasn't on screen. Sorry. But doing more of a sub-drive? Oh, it's a bot. It deserves death. It deserves to be taken out of its misery. Sylvie says I got disconnected from the game, sorry. Well. We're only a little screwed, it's fine. It is time for the ritual. Ra. I was once an effective Discord admin. They keep changing things while I'm not looking. So, Titan, I did not set up that part of the Discord. That was set up by my mod team and admin team. Go, Jack. Thank you for the follow. If you survive tax probs, will you send people a slime source token? Anybody who donates a significant portion of money and wants me to send them a slime source token, I will gladly send them a slime source token. Said customize which Discord tokens they see is not set up by mods. That's a Discord thing. Well, I'm sorry, Dorito. I don't know what awesome shit you guys have done. I'm what you would call very stupid. If you hit ! fund, that's the actual, like, fundraiser thing. That way I can actually track how far along we are in things. If money does not go to the fundraiser fund, then I will assume I can spend it on things like groceries. If it goes into the fundraiser fund, I know that it is for only the purposes of taxes or the credit stuff. Ancestral Clydesdale Megafauna says what fuckery is afoot. I'm just curious around what fuckery is afoot with that name. Jesus Christ. There's a lot of words going on there. Some of them are scary. Jonathan Herr says... There's stupid and then there's uninformed. You strike me as uninformed more so than stupid. Oh, I was very confused. Because I am stupid. And then, what was it? Property taxes? No, property taxes are done in November. This is taxes on channel revenue. Which, last year I was able to manage on my own without too much issue. But I have made significantly less money this year. Which means I haven't had a whole... Like, I've had enough to afford a little bit of recreation, some food, and bills. Whereas before I was able to afford things like art updates for my channel. And I haven't been able to afford art updates for my channel. Notice how a couple years ago, there were new models and assets and all kinds of stuff that was happening all the time, and that slowed down. That wasn't because I got complacent. That was entirely because I got poorer. Any tax write-offs? So because of the Magic channel, I can write any Magic cards that I bought off. And I can write any art that I purchased off, but I didn't purchase, like, a ton of art last year. I did purchase, like, all of my thumbnails that I had to get from Black Hat Briar. So there's that. So there are write-offs I will be using. Robbie, thank you for the $2 tip. Neat. Your bar friend buy you more tacos? And I don't want to see him ever again. Hold on. Stream elements. Nope. Kill that. I'm having to get all of my windows up and running again because frickin' when the cats jumped on my stuff, it ruined everything. Oh my god. Why is it not showing on stream? What? Says showing on stream. Why is it not? Um... Why is my media request not working? What the hell? Okay, I'll figure that out after I go rescue these dudes. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can figure out what's going on here. I'm going to return to lobby so we can try to get Sylvia back in. Autoplay media. Everything here should be right. Okay, I guess media share's not working? What the hell? I can't figure out why it's not. How's Owen doing? I don't know. We don't really talk much anymore. Not for any particular reason. We just don't. Did you hear about the Discord April Fool's thing? No, I didn't. Okay. Let's just try this again. We'll reload this page. Why in the fuck can't I get this to work? All right. Let's try this in a brand new window. All right, I guess media request isn't working because I can't get it to work. That's weird. Party failed to connect? What? Is everything broken right now? Oh, god damn it, Ravi! I see what you just did! Fucking very first dono into the big pool. Ravi trying to make me say, woo. Fucking balls. Why does your 3D printer look like a part of GLaDOS? Because it's hot. Fuck you, Ravi. Thank you for redeeming your points for... you fucking degen morbid. He's a little guy. He's a little guy. Where are we going? Underworld? Alright. This means... So it worked. Looks like it. Okay. Oh shit, my... Woo! Ah, fuck! Bitch ass. You also missed an RR when I came back. You said hi, but didn't get my phrase that pay... But I didn't get my phrase that pays. God damn it. So the 3D printer is definitely getting a workout. Alright, well, while I get rezzed... Alright. Need this. Oh. Gladly will take these. Whee! But we have to be somewhat quick about killing these dudes. Jesus Christ. I hate that that eats through. Oh well. Axo, you mean aesthetic? Alright, where the hell is this dude? No, you're mine, buddy. I may be stupid. That's it. I'm NB. I don't know how to spell. No, the stereotype is the gays don't know how to do math. Alright, now that you've been finished off... Alright. Oh, shit! Fuck. I did not realize that... Oh, there's teams fighting? Oh, no. Oh, no! I didn't realize it was just teams fighting. Oh, no! Everything is wrong! Oh, this is awful. This is genuinely awful. I refuse to get good when instead I could get sad. All right, let's ready up. It's fine. No, it's okay. I suck at this game. No, sadness on the stack, does it resolve? Yes. Ugh. All right, now I need... Whoop. Where is it? Browser. Fund. Fund. All right. I have that there now. Or maybe I have it here. Do. See you, Fennec the Rabbit. Get some sleep. Oh my god, Stoff, why? No problem, Sylvie. Everybody needs to hit ready if they haven't already. I don't know why it says waiting for party leader. I'm right here. Yeah, I've hit ready too. But can you hit the gritty? No, I can't hit the gritty. I don't know why it's not letting us into the next game. No, I've hit ready. Yeah, just hit cancel. Oh, wait, no, hold on. We're gonna... Maybe it'll let us work. Jacob, if you hit exclamation mark fund, that will bring you to the thingy. Alright, we're all gonna quit to lobby, since it's obviously being silly goose. There we go. I've got it set to exclamation mark fund, not exclamation mark goal. Vanguard. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. If you go to the lobby, does that make you a lobbyist? I don't know, but I guess I am one now, technically, by the strictest definition of the word. Let's see here. You know what? Pleasant Plaza, I hear, is pleasant this time of year. Would you like some meat for a special treat? Sucking on meat is really neat. Excuse me? He died instantaneously. He had no friends. Friendless? Bitch is friendless. Mm-hmm. Yo, it's John Wick from Fortnite. Sir, stop singing about your throat game on stream. I don't have throat game. Said that's not what your girlfriend says. I don't think Saki talks about that. Fairly certain. Whoop. Okay, so I'm just gonna go out and say it. I have set up the fun thing, but unlike in a subathon, it feels like I'm not doing anything for you guys in order to earn said fund. So what can I and should I do for y'all? Because with the subathon, it's paying for time. But here it's not. And it feels weird. And I know that there are people who have and will probably continue to do the whole, like, we just want to support you thing. It doesn't make it feel less weird. Banana. 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 He said, did I miss something pushing to go debt-free again? That's the idea. That's the idea. That amount would be enough to take care of the credit debt, as well as catching us up on bills, as well as taking care of whatever taxes are going to be. Basing it off of what my estimations were from the last year of taxes. Esmond, thank you for subscribing. Playing a game of our choice, I'm thinking $1 equals 1 minute of Skibbity Toilet Game.
Have you thought about investing in gold and silver?
No. Do nerf target practice on pictures of right-wing what nut jobs? That feels too much. That feels too violent. Witchpunk, thank you so much for the raid. And if only Twitch would let me actually show real gun on stream. Look, I don't like the idea of target practicing against real people, with real guns or otherwise. It feels weird. Is it weird to simultaneously wish someone would die, but also not wish violence on them? You're not a real person. You don't have feelings. Jay Rodimus, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. When do you know that I recently watched all the Has-Been Hotel and I've been listening to the soundtrack ever since? I feel that. Alright. Bye! Alright, I can make my slime trail. Trust me, this makes an ooey gooey slime trail. Look at it. It's so goopy. It's so goopy. It's so goopy. Look at it. It's everywhere. Oh, God. Clip, clip, clip. It's so goopy. Razor, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, apparently I am being forced into a new model. Okay. Which one of you said you wanted to try V? I think it was a Nubian. Oh, dear God. Are we going to get this in here? Fucking hell. Okay. Razor, thank you for the 100 bits. We have a hype train going. Wait, that's the same thing that happened before. Hold on. There ain't no way that it was... Oh, wait! Espen just tipped 18 bucks. So, Espen, I sincerely wish I could do something for you for that. But as we discovered earlier in the stream, apparently media share is borkin. And I do not know how to unbork it. So apparently I can just... I will keep it queued up just in case. Wait, does this just dismount someone? It does. That looks like trying to recruit an NPC. All hours. Perfect. Hmm. There we go. Bum 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 bum. Car is running out of gas. Know the power of the saxophone? It is very saxy. Oh, they instant died. What? But nobody even touched Goku over here. Interesting. bending? Oh my god, this does lots of damage. What? Give me a sec. Okay, apparently I have an emergency, and I now have to hop off. So, I will be back on Monday, and we will continue doing community stuff on Monday. But I gotta go. So, let me find somebody to raid real quick, and then... Let's go to Radioactive. Thank you all for joining for community stuff. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you. I will be back on Monday. But I gotta go make sure my priorities are in order. I'll be back next week.